Es viernes. Lo logramos, llegamos al viernes, damas y caballeros, siendo un poco dramáticos, por supuesto. Apenas si llegué, honestamente. Muy feliz mañana a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente día, estén listos para el fin de semana. Recuerda, aquí en Estados Unidos tenemos fin de semana largo. El mercado va a estar cerrado el lunes para todos aquellos que no sepan. Entonces, obviamente, hoy tenemos un día con demasiada actividad en él. Vamos a ver si es para arriba, vamos a ver si es para abajo. Pero por ahora, vean, ¿qué quieren de mí? Está todo el mundo hablando de estos superpotentes aranceles. Tengo yo que unirme a ello, tengo que leer los encabezados y las noticias y después darles una imagen aterradora de esto. Vean el título de este video. Es el fin del mundo. Regresan los aranceles. Yo creo que es algo que debemos discutir hasta el final todos. Donald Trump salió a decir que el 1 de junio, literalmente en 7 días, la Unión Europea se va a ver enfrentándose a 50% de aranceles, como todos ustedes saben. Lo único malo es que yo todavía no he escuchado lo que dicen las fuentes de información confiables como CNN, Fox, Yahoo Finance, CNBC. Todavía no he leído eso, entonces no sé qué tanto les puedo ayudar con esto, pero esto es lo que yo tengo para ustedes. De nuevo, recuerden, no soy un experto en aranceles. Yo no he visto los segmentos de 4 minutos en Fox que explican todo, entonces no soy un experto en ello, por lo que solamente les voy a dar una opinión perdida, de un imbécil de esta talla, antes de empezar el casino, el tío Salo, por supuesto. Y eso es, nunca, y lo dijimos en el último video de esto, nunca dijeron que esto iba a parar. Dijo, cada 90 días, si no llega a un acuerdo, se van a volver a montar y esto va a continuar. No entiendo por qué la gente se está volviendo loca. Quiero por favor que entiendan. Yo sé que todos se están preocupando por inflación, por los precios para adelante, como igual que te preocupaste en el 2020, 21 y 22, por supuesto. Estás igual de preocupado que en ese entonces. Tal vez un poco más, porque esta inflación importa más que la pasada, que ya hizo que todo costara el triple de lo que costaba antes. Pero esta inflación que puede venir es muy peligrosa y tengo que decirles esto. Dios, estamos a punto de entrar en el periodo de deflación más agresivo de toda la historia. Yo personalmente creo que lo que estamos viendo con China no es un accidente. China teniendo esa gran deflación, teniendo el valor de su moneda yéndose al piso, todo tan barato, cree todo el mundo que es un accidente, pero podría yo argumentar, pues güey, si tienes fábricas que operan sin electricidad, no hay luz, no hay gente, todo lo estás haciendo a 1000 por hora, estás creando oficialmente deflación en tu economía. Y lo hemos visto en los últimos años y todos seguimos de, ¿por qué? Es que China no deja de tener deflación, ¿por qué será eso? ¿No? Y desde hace un rato hemos tenido cara que queremos seguir haciendo todo lo que China está haciendo y estamos. Ahora, mucha gente dirá, porque también acaban de anunciar que otra cosa que trae.
8 de la mañana, Donald Trump pone el puñetazo sobre la mesa y le dice a Apple que no vas a producir tus teléfonos ni en la India ni en ningún otro lado. Los vas a tener que producir aquí, en el país donde los tienes que hacer, en Estados Unidos. 8 de la mañana, golpe sobre la mesa, Trump, aranceles, Putin, la paz, fotografía.
Perdón. Pero acaba Donald Trump también de señalar a Apple. Esta es otra noticia donde le dice a Tim Cook que, güey, o vienes a hacer tu teléfono en Estados Unidos, te vamos a poner un arancel del 25%, etcétera, en todos tus iPhones. Y ahora, por supuesto que todos los expertos de aranceles y que entienden perfectamente cómo funciona todo esto, que vieron los segmentos de 4 minutos en todas sus televisoras favoritas, están diciendo que güey, va a tomar muchísimo tiempo para que estas empresas puedan abrir, construyan sus fábricas, etcétera, en Estados Unidos. Y yo sé, ahora, de nuevo, una vez más, no me quiero meter en lo que la opinión de los expertos de aranceles. Yo no leo las noticias para ustedes y luego les digo qué es lo que pasa. Eso no lo hacemos aquí, por lo que este es un show con más bajo nivel de intelecto. Es lo que es lo que es, señores. Es lo que es. Es muy difícil. No cualquiera puede simplemente leer las noticias. Es difícil. Pero esto es lo que yo les diría a todos. Igual, ¿no? Igual y esto ocurre tal cual. Mis, mi cuate cuando invirtió en Rivian y empezaron su operación en Estados Unidos y decidieron que iban a hacer esto acá, lo que hicieron Lo va a poner sobre la mesa.
Sobre la mesa, como el puñetazo de Putin.
Lo va a poner sobre la mesa. Lo que hicieron fue, en vez de crear una fábrica que nos va a costar 200 millones de dólares, literalmente, ¿qué te parece si compramos una fábrica vieja de algún otro productor de coches que haya quebrado y empezamos de ahí? Y efectivamente, en vez de pagar los 120 millones de dólares que Mitsubishi se gastó en su primera planta, Rivian compró esa planta por 18 millones de dólares. 18 millones de dólares en vez de 120. Y además les cortó la chamba y el inicio de su producción en putis, les cortó años porque no tienes que crear esto. Ahora, yo sé una vez más, por no leer las noticias, igual no lo entiendo tan bien como ustedes, pero ahí me cuentan que hay el lado republicano y el demócrata y es muy diferente todo lo que está pasando. Pero existe esta casualidad en común. Joe Biden había hecho el Build Back Better in America. No sé cómo habla Joe Biden. Perdón, me dio el Joe Biden. Pero Joe Biden con su Build Back Better y todas estas tonterías que había dicho y bla, 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 propagado, crearon y construyeron un chingo de fábricas en Middle America, en Ohio y todos estos lugares, que no están siendo ocupadas por nadie. Una casualidad brutal ahora que estamos trayendo producción y que vamos a necesitar que gente compre ya fábricas hechas para poder meter sus robots y automatización. Ahora, sería tonto pensar que Estados Unidos no puede hacer lo que China y simplemente automatizar todas sus líneas de producciones para lograr el mismo efecto de deflación, ¿no? De bajos costos en todo lo que están haciendo, y esto no incluiría a los trabajadores ni nada. Los trabajadores y el lado americano no tienen que aprender nada, lo único que tienen que hacer es acabar de construir todas estas cosas, adaptarlas a lo que vaya a ser, ya para cuando entren los robots y nos quiten absolutamente todas esas chambas, ¿no? Pero igual y estoy mal, igual y CNBC y Fox y todos estos güeyes que dicen que esto es una tragedia y toda la gente, los expertos de aranceles diciendo que es el final de esto, vamos a esa inflación ridícula, es lo que va a pasar en vez de tal vez lo que hacen las empresas grandes. Oigan, y por cierto, ¿cada cuánto se van a dejar llevar por estas noticias tan estúpidas y los encabezados y lo que dice Trump y lo que no? Si ustedes creen que eso está de verdad moviendo el mercado, es lo que dicen CNBC, entonces lo entiendo. Pero no lo es. No lo es, damas y caballeros. ¿Saben qué vi que estaba muy interesante? Dos cosas que compartir con ustedes antes de ir al casino del tío Salo. Una, hoy en la mañana a mi caminata de viejito a las 4:30 de la mañana, es algo que ocurre de verdad. Nunca en mi vida había visto tantos búhos estaban parados en los techos de todas las casas y estaban como en pareja y estaban hablándose entre ellos. La cosa más loca que he visto. No, o sea, literalmente me paro todo el tiempo a esa hora y no hay. He visto búhos, uno, dos, pero estaban en todos los techos y platicando. Muy, muy, muy padre, honestamente. Y otra cosa que me llamó la atención, solamente les quería contar eso. Otra cosa que me llamó la atención fue Sam Altman comprando a la operación de, ¿cómo se llama? Jimmy Ive, el que diseñó el iPhone original, lo compró por 6.4 mil millones de dólares, 6.4 billones de dólares americanos. Y con eso, Sam Altman lo que quiere traer es la nueva fase del iPhone con inteligencia artificial integrada, y no va a ser un iPhone, no es como el iPhone cambió el teléfono como lo conocemos el día de hoy, en contra de lo que pensaban los dos CEOs de BlackBerry, una manera muy eficiente de hacer las cosas, como los dos CEOs que tiene Waymo también. Recuerden, si están en el mercado de apostarle a tecnología que se maneja sola, acuérdense, no tienes que subirte a un coche que se maneja solo, no tienes que entender la producción a escala, sabes perfectamente que Tesla no funciona tal cual y deberías de invertir todo tu dinero en Waymo, porque crear cada uno de esos carritos cuesta $180,000 y solamente tienen 1,500. Entonces ahí es donde quieres poner tu dinero definitivamente, porque Elon Musk no sabe lo que está haciendo, ¿no? No sé por qué estoy tan sarcástico esta mañana, perdón. Tengo que sacármelo. Pero sí, toda la gente que todavía duda en esto, la razón por la que lo estoy diciendo es simplemente porque Waymo teniendo dos CEOs como lo tuvo BlackBerry está destinado a fallar, está completamente destinado a fallar. Creo que es una de las cosas más fáciles de ver en toda la historia, pero mucha gente me dirá que Elon Musk no va a poder con una paginita de internet, ¿recuerdan? No puede con X, definitivamente no va a poder. Elon Musk también, es que, güey, está anunciando los robots solo para vender humo. Hay mejores robots en China, hay mejores robots en Boston Dynamics, todo el mundo lo sabe y todos ellos pueden producir igual que Elon Musk. Exactamente. Por lo que quieres enfocarte en esas aventuras para invertir tu dinero, que es lo que recomendaría CNBC, Fox, CNN, todos estos lugares. Ya, debo dejar de hacer esto, me está llevando la chingada, no sé por qué me está llevando la chingada con esto. Yo creo que es simplemente ya voltear a ver lo ridículo que es todo esto y ver cómo la gente se está preocupando por absolutamente nada. Eso es lo que a mí me volvía loco y ahora me da un poco de risa, perdón, pero es una verdadera locura. Recuerden, lo de los aranceles no va a parar hasta el final. Estamos entrando en la época de deflación más potente probablemente que vaya, de toda la historia, definitivamente, yo diría eso. Y todas estas amenazas de inflación que vienen siguen siendo lo mismo para mí, pero recuerden, una vez más, no he visto los segmentos de 4 minutos que han hecho expertos a todos y más inteligentes que la inteligencia artificial. Otra cosa, solamente para aclararlo, creo que vale la pena decirlo. Tíos, pónganse a chambear de una vez. Vamos a ser lo más productivos de toda la historia y vamos a poder hacer la más cantidad de dinero en toda la historia en los próximos 2 años. De 2 a 4, pero 2 años te lo doy completamente, con la ayuda de inteligencia artificial para volvernos mejor. ¿Vieron todos los trailers de que está creando Google, etcétera? Hollywood está acabado. Hollywood va a usar eso, va a hacer más dinero que nunca por los próximos 2 años, hasta que tú también puedas crear tus propias películas en casa, entretenerte, o tal vez ellos mismos simplemente te den 3 aplicaciones que te permitan tener contenido completamente hecho y solamente exclusivo para ti, porque es de acuerdo a todo lo que te gusta y ya. Entonces, por ahora, productividad humana va a aumentar potentemente hasta que completamente entrenemos a las máquinas para sustituirnos, que no falta mucho. Y también le había dicho a mi mujer, le enseñé el video de Optimus y me dijo, ya no voy a necesitarte, que tiene toda la razón, sacando la basura, aspirando, trapeando, haciendo todas las cosas que tiene que hacer. Pero le dije, entonces, ¿con quién te vas a quejar? ¿Qué va a pasar cuando Optimus haga todo bien? Y me dice, pues ya no te voy a necesitar. Y le digo, ¿pero qué va a pasar con tu cerebro? ¿Cómo vas a poder aguantar que Optimus haga todo bien? Le vas a tener que echar la culpa de algo, ¿no? Algo en tu vida, una tragedia que haya ocurrido, tiene que ser culpa de Optimus. Porque si no, ¿qué va a pasar con el cerebro de las mujeres? Van a explotar. Y los, por cierto, los hombres ahora se van a poder relajar al nivel que siempre han querido, donde llegas, te acuestas en el sillón y tu mujer ya te va a voltear a ver con todavía más empute e ira en sus ojos, porque ahora sabe 100% que le puede pedir todo lo que te está a punto de pedir a ti al robot, pero aún así te va a señalar a ti, te va a decir, hey, yo no quiero que Optimus haga todo, tú tienes que hacer algo. Así que si estás pensando en comprar el sillón más cómodo del mundo porque viene Optimus y vas a poder echarte a disfrutar de la vida, malas noticias. Tal vez no sea la mejor idea del planeta. Tal vez lo que necesites hacer es, con la extra productividad de Optimus, comprar un cuarto donde ella no te pueda ver, pueda cerrar la puerta y que no haya cámaras adentro espiándote. Y que digas que es un laboratorio secreto. Porque si no haces eso, vamos a estar en peligro enorme de desaparecer como raza. Perdón. Tenía que hacer esto y teníamos que hacer la de 8 de la mañana con todo esto. Pues bueno, hemos estado viendo el mercado un poco castigado con las noticias de hoy, las noticias terribles, es el fin del mundo, recuérdenlo por los aranceles que continúan, pero por alguna razón todos seguimos hablando de esto y nada ha cambiado, por lo que es bastante ridículo, pero seguimos con toda esta especulación de los aranceles. Vamos a ver qué hace
Donald Trump, 8 de la mañana, Donald Trump se prepara para cogerse y follarse absolutamente todos en el mercado.
¿no? Es la liquidación presidencial, es lo que me ha pasado varias veces. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, por cierto, quieren unirse a nuestro Discord para poder platicar con la comunidad de trading más dura de todo el planeta. Cáiganle, tíos, aquí lo tienen, bastante fácil de operar esto, está en el enlace en la descripción de abajo. Déjenme asegurarme que esté poniendo esto en pantalla. Ahí está, como que no. Y vámonos rapidísimo a que aprendan a usar esto. Odio Discord, pero es una maldad que necesitamos todos. Aquí tienes tu Elite Trading Academy, te vas a meter por acá, vas a ver los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan. Los de la izquierda son los menús, la derecha es todo lo que pues escribes dentro de esos tabs, ¿no? El chat general por acá, vamos a ver si Mango nos trajo lo que necesitamos. No, aparentemente Mango hoy no, solamente vio la batiseñal, pero no nos trajo los mangos de inteligencia artificial, que una verdadera excepción. Ven y platiquen con gente para ver si tienen más insight, alguna idea de un trade que ustedes tal vez no estén viendo, etcétera. Aquí están todos. Criptolingo, todo lo que necesiten saber de todas las estupideces que platicamos en inglés o en español, aquí las tienen. Por si no lo entienden, vengan a compartir sus ganancias o sus pérdidas. Quiero ver si está Tomatito por acá, un segundo. ¿Dónde está Tomatito? ¿Dónde está Tomatito? 58, 52%, 20%, menos $16 o por ciento, menos $16, nada mal. 67%, 31%, 159. ¿Estos son dólares? Creo que sí. Ah, pero son 1593, nada mal, tíos, nada mal. Felicidades a todos ustedes, bien jugado. Vengan a pedir tablas, vean lo que necesiten y también tienen nuestros enlaces oficiales. Y si quieres aprender a tradear futuros, ya sabes tradear, pero no sabes cómo mierdas usar los exchanges porque es complejo, honestamente. Cáiganle justamente por acá. Nuestro sitio web es absolutamente gratis, se la saben. Cómo tradear en Bluffing. Me voy a meter, voy a ver este video de 5 minutos que me va a enseñar cómo fondear mi cuenta, cómo mandar dinero, cómo moverlo dentro de la cuenta, cómo operar futuros, cómo hacer un corto, cómo hacer un largo. Simplemente las bases del sistema tal cual, porque si ya sabes hacer trading, no te tenemos que contar lo demás. Ahí lo tienes y aquí está el enlace directo. Todo esto, no te vamos a pedir un centavo, no necesitamos nada tuyo por adelantado, no vamos a pedirte que vamos a manejar tu dinero, te lo juro por mi vida, es lo que menos me gustaría en el planeta. Y nunca te voy a escribir ni Farhan ni Alex para decirte que, ¿cómo vas con tus criptomonedas, brother? Déjame, te ayudo con tu análisis. Esos son estafadores y si encuentras uno, deberías de intentar destruirlos. Porque honestamente son como la escoria de puto YouTube y de todos lados. Pero sin más ni más, les traigo aquí al tío Farhan, al tío Alex. Empecemos esto. Good morning, boys.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Yo, what up, boys?
You both muted? Oh, no. It could be my fucking headphones. Yep. It is. Give me. Apologize. There it is. Say something sexy.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Yo.
That is pretty sexy. Thank you. Perfect. Boys, the tariffs, it's the end of the world. The tariffs are back. I don't know what I'm going to do. This new inflation that's going to hit that I'm really worried about right now, it's going to hit us. I wasn't worried about the one before, but this one really worries me because Donald Trump is so mean. What are we going to do with these tariffs? What's happening with Bitcoin? Michael Saylor already came out and said that Bitcoin is not tariffed, even though he did dump with the rest of the market. But we needed his little hands and his wisdom out there. And hopefully Cathie Wood will come out really soon to tell us that Bitcoin will reach $27 trillion per coin by the end of this sentence. So let's see.
And we also had a very wise statement by Mr. Michael Strategy as well. He's like, if you don't buy Bitcoin at all-time highs, you're leaving money on the table.
That's right. Michael, dude, can I tell you something? Michael Saylor is just such a great guy. He definitely is not a psyop and definitely not a product of whatever the fuck is going on in the financial markets to do something with this. But yeah, just an independent, really thoughtful guy, really smart. You should read his bio on Twitter. It's brilliant. One of the most brilliant man I've ever seen with the tiniest hands I've ever seen in my life. Incredible. Either way, Alex. Get us started, please, with this bullshit. What's going on in the Bitcoin?
Let's jump right into corn land. I mean, we had a headline overnight basically that caused markets to, have a pullback. I think that was Trump putting more tariffs on EU. No surprise there that they're not cooperating or even wanting to make a deal. And so for me, I'm looking at charts waking up to this news, and for me, I'm still not really concerned. I mean, especially now that I'm looking at this on the computer, what we're noticing is if we go and throw all these off, these moving averages, and just focus on the silver cross aspect, we're still on a daily silver cross, and what today all that did really was retest the silver cross. So we're not out of the woods quite yet. We got to see how the daily closes because, right, we're now within a bigger range, and what we don't want is to fall back within this range here. We rather than want this to just break out, SR flip this wick high into support and get a nice spring off the daily 9, something we kept seeing within this range here. Each time we'd go to the daily 9, we wouldn't break down. More so, we'd be baiting bears. And I would know this because I was shorting within this range here. But what you're noticing is as long as the daily 9 still holding, there's no reason to be super bearish. And so to me, that's kind of all we got today. We just get a nice little flash crash and quotation marks down to the daily 9. Now, the reason why we're not out of the woods yet is because the 4-hour did close quite bad. This is a pretty ugly 4-hour close. Yes, we're getting a bounce now, turning into a hammerhead, unconfirmed. But you really want to be cautious here because what you don't want is 109,300 to basically reject here. That wouldn't be good. And then it would just play into this was a massive bearish retest before going lower. The hopium now is that something you'll notice is not only did we retest the daily 9 today, but we also hit the basically the 4-hour 21. This has been a big bottoming point for Bitcoin. We're playing within that range on the 4-hour. So, am I concerned about today? Are the charts screaming we're about to nuke? No, not yet. Could they after today? Yeah, definitely. But, until we lose the daily 9, there's really no point to be super bearish. And so for me now, we're still within an uptrend as well. The 12-hour just possibly grinded out the next higher low. Invalidation is right here on these lows, 106,200. So bulls are now looking for expansion. You're looking at this as just adhering the trend. And bulls are going to be betting on this being the higher low. Because if this goes much lower, you're going to be now back within this range. You're now testing potentially the last higher low. Could lead to a dump down to the 99.8s. That's what's brewing if we can't actually hold above 109.3 is 99.8s. I mean, like I said in the beginning, this is just one big range. We've seen rejections right here that have taken us down to 99.8s. We've seen this happen before. So, what we don't want is this to actually fall back under support, lose the daily 9, and then it'll really make a base case to go down to that daily 34. Till then, though, this is actually looking quite bullish to me. This is potentially a massive bear trap because what you're noticing now is the daily 9 just perfectly held, as I keep pointing out, which basically sprung us back up, right back above meme line support. But also what you're noticing is we're basically still holding the 38.2%. This point of view kind of makes it nice for me because it's perfectly matched up with the meme line, basically. So I know that as long as we're holding above the meme line, we're holding above the 38.2%. Therefore, this move down is actually bullish. While volatility here is still in busting action, this is still in the realm of going up. And as long as that daily 9 is lost, at the very minimum, this is going to have a greater chance of going up, essentially. For me, if we can hold above 109,300, next target is going to be that 114. 114, you could think of it like a range. It's a big one, 114 to like 120. Somewhere around there seems like next, if we can actually flip basically all-time high into support. It's very to the book trading on this one. No need to overcomplicate things at all. And as long as we're going to flip this wick high into support, Bitcoin is going to be in breakout posturing. There's no reason to overcomplicate things. Even here on the 2-day, you're seeing here 114 come up again. 50% is right around that 118. So, it's to me, it seems like 114 could be next, assuming 109,300 holds. Now, the 5-day we'll need to watch carefully because not concerning, but could be concerning. What we don't want is this 5-day to flip red, making its move down to that 5-day 9. That is matching up nicely with 99.8, and that's why it's very important for me to be watching carefully on the dailies, 12 hours, and possibly even the 4 hours, how Bitcoin is going to react around this region. Because that could be what's going to tell me if this 5-day is going to end up making its move down to the EMA 9, which again would not be bearish. It just would be slightly concerning to me because this would start breaking the uptrend. And then you're now basically rejecting massive support, deviating it on the dailies. And then you'd have to really wonder if this is not going to hold or not. But still not bearish. I mean, like I've said before, Bitcoin above basically 100K is extremely bullish. And then on the lower time frames, we can just start forming, smaller ranges. But above 100K is extremely good. And even this 5-day point of view still matches that nicely. The only, concerning part is going to 99.8 at this point would start to really make me question trend. But this is a unicorn money asset. I mean, it could easily flip trend, tap 99.8 just for the bull prophecy, and then bust up after that. So for me, Bitcoin is looking quite nice. I actually see nothing of concern here for bears and bulls. I mean, for bulls, I see nothing of concern if you're bullish today. I'm actually getting more of a bear trap vibes today than anything else. And that's just basically because of exactly to the point on where we stopped. The fact that you have here bears aggressively shorting an SFP that hasn't confirmed. On top of that, you have still higher lows matching more on that bear trap thesis, just consistent higher lows, still bullish structure. Only thing that changed today was that volatility down. But again, that just perfectly retested these levels that we've been watching. So to me, it's like we got to watch now to see the 4-hour, because lower time frames are definitely more concerning to me. Absolutely. I mean, you have a 4-hour 9 that's been holding this whole time, massive dump down, lost support. If this could really be a bear trap, what I'd want to see is this to turn into a hammerhead and actually get back above basically 110,200. If you can reclaim the 4-hour 9, to me, it'll start really looking good for this being a massive bear trap. If we end up rejecting that 9 and rolling over here, okay, that'll be slightly concerning. Your line in the sand for that scenario is 109.3, and that's basically it. So you're essentially watching Bitcoin on the daily. This is looking quite nice to me, very bullish, and you would have already been on this move down. You would have been asking yourself, okay, does the daily have a silver cross? Yes, it does. Okay, awesome. Are we above the median? Yes, we are. Awesome. Okay. The daily 9's been actively holding as support. So that's going to be the first point I'm going to watch. Where is that currently? Awesome. That's at 107,300. Interesting, because that's right around the top of these wicks here. And you would just be formulating the idea that this is kind of the spot to bounce. Now bulls have gotten the bounce. So now they got to see this on the very low time frames hold support. And that's like more evident on like the hourly, right? We got to see this hourly actually reclaim back above, like I said, 110,200 essentially. So we'll see in 1 minute and 20 seconds if this can actually reclaim. If it does, it'll just tie into nicely what I'm saying, which is potentially this was just a massive bear trap. Even the two hour right now is about to reclaim the 34, putting in a massive hammerhead. So now you have an invalidation at the very minimum. If you're going to bet that this was the daily high or low, you could be scaling longs in around here and targeting back around 112. 111. So that's Bitcoin. Still looking good. I understand that there was a lot of maybe bearish news flow today or some like unexpected news flow with tariffs, but I mean, as it stands, markets, it's still looking quite nice, quite healthy, and I'm still very bullish here. But that could all change, right? If we start closing dailies back under 109,200, you start losing the daily 9, or even if you want to front run this idea, you could start using the 12-hour 9. You start losing the 12-hour 9 in confluence to the 109,200 region. Yeah, okay, I'll be slightly concerned and maybe looking for a move all the way down to 998s. Till then, it's just not even on the cards yet as a possibility. Bitcoin's still looking very bullish, and what we had yesterday was a breakout, and now we've just thrown it back. That's all it really looks like to me. So that's Bitcoin. We can look at Tether dominance here, kind of see if we get any kind of idea on this, maybe being bearish. And so what we have now is Tether dominance. Well, it's about to do some busting action soon with very low volatility. I did a 2-day. Let's check that out. Let's check it out. No, nothing. But the daily's reset, so that is interesting to see. we ever so slightly almost hit this channel here. This channel we were just looking at was representing higher lows. We were hoping for a breakout. That didn't occur. We actually had a breakdown. The moment we lost this channel, retested it, rejected. Now we've had to move all the way up. Almost rejected the daily median. And you can kind of see with Tether dominance, it kind of is like, yeah, is this chart bullish or bearish? Well, it's extremely bearish. It's in the process of a breakdown. Looks like it just liquidity grabbed up, possibly trying to front run the median rejection. And to me, it's looking like 4% is the next spot. That is still I think over 5% move from this point. Absolutely, it's 11% move. This is looking like it's just in the process of a breakdown. And even the 2-day kind of ties it all together in a nice bear bow. You have a terrible 2-day median just holding us down. Haven't hit it in a very long time, since early May. All this move did yet this morning was just move us directly to that median. And now this is looking quite heavy. Would not be surprised if this 2-day flips red and starts making an aggressive move down to 4%. Very interesting to see how markets are. To me, Bitcoin looks really good right now, actually. Yeah, it's looking quite nice. Let's check that hourly if we got that close. Yeah, we did. So now longs are basically going to be using this idea here. It's a little harder because you're kind of playing in the middle, but not really, because you at least have a logical invalidation. So you're going to be bidding the 2-hour 34. Maybe you're having an extremity bid here around 108s, but your invalidation, this is the most important part, is right around this low. You have a nice 2-hour hammerhead to base that idea on, which does go in confluence with daily trend. If we end up coming back under this low, we're probably going to end up dumping hard. Daily 9's not going to hold. This will be a shift for me. And we'll have to really be looking at the next zone, which is the 21. Until then, I'm going to be on the camp that this is potentially bottomed. This 2-hour 34 is going to be an opportunity, and we can actually be looking for some longs here. It could look something similar as this. All right, you're like there, and we're just going to target 114. Very simple. So slightly aggressive, yes, but I mean, not really. You have the reclaim, you have the candlestick, you have the invalidation. It makes perfect sense to me. You start reclaiming back above, we'll call it $111,000. You could easily just move your risk up. But to me, as I'm looking at it now, yeah, Bitcoin's looking actually quite bullish. I may post this long. Well, we'll see the reaction of this 2-hour 21, because very easily could go like this and then goes down, retest this, maybe feel some of that wick out, and then goes up. The whole point of this is we now have an invalidation. That's the important part. We don't want the wick low here to get taken out. Longs are out here, possibly are smart. So Tether dominance, I mean, look at that massive shooting star, potentially looking like it wants to nuke now. I mean, lower time frames on Tether dominance look absolutely abhorrent to me. Massive 4-hour shooting star unconfirmed, but I mean, let's look at the HPDR on this one too. Okay, opium is that yes, this is coming in, just going to hold the 4-hour 9. But if you start seeing on Tether dominance the 4-hour EMA 9 get lost, that'll be your sign that this is probably topped at lower time frames. And then you can use that to just be more aggressive on longs on Bitcoin. And I mean, just visually look at price action here. Like, it's not very bullish if you look like this. Like, it's just in a very easy downtrend, very simple. I mean, no matter how you draw it, it's just very bearish to me. Consistent lower highs though, and often with that you make lower lows. Lower low to me, next objective area just seems like 4%. Just seems very likely to me at this point. I'll be surprised if we don't hit 4% within the next week or two on Tether dominance, which is meaning that we're still brewing a major move on Bitcoin overall, even us at all-time highs. Yeah. I do want to get this long out soon. This does seem very likely to work out to me, at least. I really don't. I was looking at crypto Twitter when I woke up, because I woke up a little late today, everyone seemed kind of bearish today. And now I'm looking at the charts. I'm like, why? I mean, I'm not really seeing too much that's concerning me. And trust me, if I can find a short, I will find one. Not really seeing the argument, really. This is potential for an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly, of course. But if you came down, let's say, and actually retested support one more time, that could be putting in the right shoulder. Looks something like that. And then you have boom, boom, boom. And then that just plays into maybe Bitcoin does one more small pullback. Maybe we retest this zone one more time. Maybe Bitcoin dominance puts in the reverse, at least bullish structure, and then this could actually break us out. Bitcoin dominance, so if we don't want to just put our tinfoil hat, use crazy patterns like that, just on a chart rise, on like a daily standpoint, still looking very bullish to me. It's looking like this daily wants to fill out actually, and potentially make an insane daily candle today. It seems to me like markets are ready to rip up. I don't know why. Bitcoin dominance is looking extremely bullish. This looks like it really wants to fill out and actually break 64.3%. If you do that, you're probably going to make your move all the way up to 65.3% again. This is ever so slightly just forming bullish structure again. This could be the next major higher low, which could be tying in nicely with the idea that maybe this on Bitcoin was the major higher low. We had on Bitcoin dominance daily trend break. It takes effort now to flip this. All you can really be working on as a bull is just looking at little things like this. But until we actually break this all-time high, it's just going to be more in bear territory. But it's definitely not dumb to be looking at, okay, well, is this potentially going to be higher low? Are we taking out that last low? We're going to be holding support, maybe breaking this high, going back. And, as a trader, you're just trying to itch out, see the small details of the chart, see if you're putting in bullish structure or not. It's very important because the lower time frames often bleed into the higher time frames. And yeah, you're still in an uptrend here. So now bull's objective for Bitcoin dominance is simply to break 64.3%, hold 63.86%, and actually make your move up to the all-time high, in my opinion. Whereas bull's objective on Bitcoin dominance here, on Bitcoin, is just simply to move it up at this point. You don't want to see this today's low get taken out, and you actually want to start seeing a move all the way up to 112s. Again, 112s to 113s, and maybe this daily to flip green. Playing into this was just a major bear trap. But that's all I have on Bitcoin. Not really looking to short this today. Now, where will I be wrong? Because there's always an invalidation for everything, obviously. I'll be wrong if you start seeing dailies close under basically yesterday's low. You see any dailies close under yesterday's low? Yeah, I'll be very concerned about maybe making a move all the way back down to this low again. And if we're going to test this low with what I just said, probably a good chance it's going to break. At that point, you have to really wonder if we're about to test that 21, which is the next logical objective zone. We're in a daily silver cross. The daily 9's been holding beautifully. If that doesn't hold, the next logical place for my system is the 21. And if that doesn't hold, which you can use a 21 almost like a mid-range, then we're going down to the extremity low right around 99.8, which is right around the daily 34. Till then, though, this is still just looking quite nice. You're getting that bullish consolidation here while retesting the daily 9. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. I'm pretty bullish today, though, and it seems like Bitcoin wants to go up. So we'll watch. I might post this, lower time frame setup I have here potentially. So we'll see. We'll watch. Got to hold support though, 109.3. So that's all I got.
Alrighty, let me share my screen, Rooney. I saw this really funny post on Twitter yesterday where this woman was saying if Bitcoin doesn't manage to break, what was the highest, like 111,900 and something dollars, it's gonna go down. So somewhere around like 101 or some number like that. And the top response was, okay, so basically if it doesn't go up, it's gonna go down. And I thought that was so hilarious. I just had to mention.
Basically, sir.
So if you go to the 4 hour right now, it is starting to shape up like our next local and macro bottom is likely in. Because if you looked at the last time run, we made our macro bottom before some busting action. It was a swing failure of this 21 EMA, which this candle is turning out to be right now. We haven't quite gotten the close above that 21 just yet, but kind of seeming like we will. Got an hour and 49 minutes to go. We do manage to close over there, then we would have a target of hitting somewhere around this 38.2% in this 9, which is sitting at about like 110-ish thousand dollars. If you can start closing over there, then that's gonna be confirmed for me a local bottom. You're gonna have gotten the close over this big high, reclaim this 38.2%, and then likely you're gonna go to new all-time highs. Let's go to the daily dump date, basically exactly down to this top 38.2% and this 9 EMA, which this is the exact place that we bottomed at on the last time before we got some nice busting action. Momentum is still pointed to the upside in the bullish control zone while volatility is expanding. And the jewel is still giving you a buy signal, and now it's about to enter into the critical zone. So there's not really any reason to turn bearish at this point. Everything is still looking great. 12 hours now starting to pick back up on momentum, while volatility is very close to entering back into an expansion phase. 12 hour also corrected back down exactly to the 38.2, and now 12 hours reclaimed the 9. I mean the 5. If we can close over the 5, very, very likely we're going to go to new all-time highs. Because if you notice last time we got some nice busting action and we reclaimed the 5, we went to new all-time highs. Even the time before here, we went to new all-time highs. There is a sell signal currently. Oh no, there's a God mode background on the jewel, but there is no sell signal. It's currently on a neutral. And if this can close back over the 5, this neutral is going to shift back into a buy most likely. Muchas gracias for me pancakes. 2 day is currently flipped to the downside, which lines up with a rejection of this 38.2%, but is likely that if we continue to close over this 5, this momentum to the downside is going to flip back around right in the reset zone at this 0%. While volatility is contracting, while momentum is pointed down, telling you you're likely going to put in a higher low. 3 days looking kind of doji-ish. We got about a day and 10 hours left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. But if it does close like this, might get a little bit of a move down while this 5 EMA continues to rise. And that would be an ever so slightly higher low from this $107,000 area. Maybe retest somewhere around 108, somewhere around there, and then get a bounce. But we got about a day and 10 hours left to go to see how this candle closes. If this candle closes over this candle's wick high, you're probably just going to move up from there, which is about 110,788. Please don't step on my computer, lunatic. 5 days closing in about 2 days, 10 hours, even longer of a time frame, basically doubled from the 2 day. How much time we have left? We're getting a slight rejection of this 38.2%. I mean 78.6%. I don't know why I said that. While momentum is still pointed to the upside and volatility is still expanding, and the jewel is about to give us a nice signal. Maybe in 2 or 3 closures, the pink is going to cross above the yellow. No, Fabo, don't touch my pancakes. No, what a gordito little malparito. Go away, go away, go away, Fabo. No, 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 don't touch my pancakes. No. Okay, there we go. Let's switch over to the index and then go to the weekly. Weekly is still maintaining that close over that 38.2%. Got a slight retest. Go away, Fibbo. My pequeño gordito malparido. Weekly is still over that 50%, which is last time we closed over this 50%, we went to new all-time highs. Let's go to another time we closed over the 50%. Right over here, new all-time highs. Right over there, new all-time highs. Here's new cycle highs. closing over the 50% likely will give us a target of that 61.8%. That level right now sits at new all-time high. It's at about $116,000. Keep 116 in mind. Weekly is now entering freshly into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding, and the jewel is now entering into the bullish control zone on a buy signal. Last time we entered into the bullish control zone on the bullish control zone on momentum was right around this point, and we went to about the 61.8% on the HPDR, which is also that $116,000 level. Let's go to a different the time previously. We entered into the bullish control zone. We went to the 61.8% as well, slightly above it actually. Over here, we went to the 61.8%. So that also lines up with about $116,000 or slightly above it. Now let's go to the 2-week and see where that 2-week median is at. About $118,000, slightly above that 116 level. Very cool. Momentum is now starting to point back up on the 2-week, while volatility approaches 0%, sitting at 9% right now. If we close over this weekly close in about 2 days and 10 hours, pretty relatively short for a 2-week. And if we get a close up this high at about 104,961, it's very likely going to go pretty rapidly towards that median of about $118,000. And if we line up with the vertical line whenever this 2-week got out of the bearish control zone and flipped up, let's do that line right there. Let's do it from one after. It doesn't happen very often. No. Do it right there. That should be enough. Well, that was a pretty wild move, pretty explosive. First about 43% and then 644%. Spoiler alert, probably not going to do 644%. 73%. %. Probably close to what we'll do right now. This one was 4%. Uh, 80, 92%, and then 345.
So what you're saying is this is going to go to $3 trillion by the end of this sentence, like Kathy Wood would say.
Yeah, exactly. But by the end of the day, it'll be trading at $3 million of Bitcoin.
I think the easiest trade was the morning one.
Yeah, when it went down, and then everybody started getting super bearish.
Yeah. And by the way, to the same news that we all knew already. It's just so we're so retarded. We deserve all the stupid shit that happens to us as humanity.
And then since everyone loves cloud so much, everyone loves to try to call the top and the bottom. You had 1 million motherfuckers on Twitter talking about the top is in 111,000 or something.
Yeah.
That's the top. I'm calling it now.
And the same with the stock market. The same as it was opening. It's like I'm short.
Once you get all of these people saying that, top's not in.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's when you least expect it.
Yeah, once you're trading at 120 and people are like, "Oh, we're going at $200,000 next." We took out my imagination resistance at this point. Now we have to go to 200K.
Yeah. I love this.
Because my vertical line that I drew lines up at 120.
Can I propose this? If you're the machines and you're listening to me and you're the ones running everything, I'll be on your side. Honestly, like I understand. I understand how retarded we are, but I also play along like I don't know anything. Like still, come on, guys. Come on,
Me too.
machines.
I'll take that deal.
I'm in. Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally in. Come on. I'm not a tariff expert. If that's your intelligence IQ test to pass, in order to be able to join the apocalypse team.
Very interesting. So if you take that 42, 43% move that we got, takes us exactly to that 2-week median at $118,000. 45% would be right around 120. So, and that's a move that we got a lot of times with this setup. It would be very cool to make it ever so slightly all-time high at around 120, tap that 2-week median, reject it, and then good night. 2-week is now about to start giving us a buy signal on the jewel. Probably on this close, it is going to give us a buy signal, especially if we close over this high at about 104,961. Very likely you're going to switch into a buy signal. Monthly is now right at the reset zone, flipped up momentum. Volatility sitting at literally 0%. Monthly volatility setup while we're just at the median. Median's at about 110,776. We get a monthly close over that area, you're likely going to see some insane busting action over the month of June. And that would take us to 38.2%, which right now sits at about $178,000. It is going to change. We got to see where it goes. Likely, even if it does change, though, it's still going to be in the 140s to 150s, which is still pretty high. Let's go to Tether. Let's do that one like on the other side.
Hey, wait, are you talking?
Yeah, can you hear me?
No, something's broken. Could it be my phone? Say something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So it's my headphones. My computer did something. Go on. I'm sorry.
Switch to the other side. Oh my God, the cats are fighting. Quarterly still has the active hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above 76,702. On this next monthly quarterly open, it's going to shift to about 74,441. It's going to be more difficult to invalidate than monthly, as we're just about to invalidate the bearish divergence, and it will invalidate if you close above 95,871, and it's going to put in a drive of hidden bullish divergence because we went below these lows here on momentum while making a higher low on price. Going to give us a target of this simple moving average, which right now is at about $141,000. Probably going to move down on the next open in 8 days. 2-week has active hidden bullish divergence, just like it does on the jewel on the RSI, and it will be active as long as you're above 74,441. And your next target is the simple moving average, which is at, oh, beautiful, 118 with a volatility setup. Weekly, nothing. Active bullish divergence on the 3-day, but you're already in the critical zone. Let's see what the RSI is at, 93. Let's see if I change it to 95, what target that would give us. Okay. $120,000, very cool. Lines up with my bias when I change the settings. 2-day has active 3 drives with bullish divergence. Next target is going to be the critical zone and the simple moving average at about 111,000 dollars. I saw 1.9 and I thought 119. I got excited. Daily nothing. 12-hour currently has active 3 drives of bearish divergence, and it will invalidate if you can get a close above about 111,767. So basically all-time highs. And let's shift down. So 4-hour, nope, local top. So 2 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be 1, 2, 3 drives, and it will confirm as long as you close above about 109.7717. So basically, our all-time highs before we broke out of the on this breakout right now to current all-time highs. And your target on that divergence will be the neutral zone at a minimum, which currently sits at 100 and basically $111,000. Volatility is at about 61%, so it is very reasonable to hit the simple moving average, and that's at about $112,000, ever so slightly new all-time highs. Bullish control zone is at 113.5. Both are slightly new all-time highs. Let's switch to Tether. Tether looks quite bearish. Regular head and shoulders. And once you break these lows over here at about 3.7-ish, 3.71%, and confirm that head and shoulders, although I'm not going to bother measuring it because it will be a negative number. And we still currently have active many drives of bearish divergence as long as we're closing below 5.85%. Next target is the neutral zone at 3.58%. Monthly 3.58% lands right up at that monthly 100. And monthly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Will confirm if you close below 4.94%. Good amount below that. And your next target is the neutral zone at 3.99%. Lines up with Alex's target of right around 4%. The week has active bullish divergence, very close to invalidating. Will close as long as you invalidate as long as you close anywhere below 4.49%. Actually, you could use close, which is 4.58%. Weekly has active bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.74%. And your next target is the bearish control zone at 3.45%, lines up with that monthly 100. Daily has active hidden bearish divergence on this retest, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below about 4.78%. And as of right now, it just looks like a bearish retest and a rejection of its 9. 4 hours retest of the silver cross to the downside. As of now, you're still just a retest and a rejection because you're rejecting the 55. And if you close like this, it's going to be a massive shooting star and probably going to break these lows, dump straight to 4%. Now let's try momentum. Quarterly is still positioned to the upside with volatility expansion from the lowest level in big, and it will be pointed up and above 95,200, which so this did go up by about $2,000. Still prices heavily above it. Monthly is currently pointed to the downside. The pivot went up slightly. It was about $100,000 before. Now it is at about 102,700, which we are a good amount above. Close in 8 days. With monthly giving us a volatility setup now. And if we do close like this, it will confirm and we will have monthly momentum to the upside with volatility expansion. Last time we had that was right over here and we had some insane busting action. Let's go to 2 week. 2 week is also about to give us that volatility setup. It's already positioned to the upside and it's going to be pointed up above 96,450. And it's a rejection of getting out of the bullish control zone. Weekly also giving us a volatility setup, pointed up as above 85,450. Entering into the critical zone on the next open, or the bullish, critical zone. 5 days well, volatility setup, momentum up above 104,300. 2 days freshly to the upside with volatility expansion, and it's pointed up above 110, basically 109,900. Very close to that area. Daily is giving us a volatility setup below that 15%. Freshly flipped to the upside, and it will remain up above 111,100. So that makes it very likely we will close over that number today. because we are pointing up on momentum and we are getting a volatility setup. 4 hours pointed to the downside and will remain down below 111,450. $2 about to freshly turn up, and it will turn up, rejecting the bearish control zone if you can close above 109,800, slightly below that number. And hourly is freshly flipped to the upside, and it will remain up above 109,750. So on the high time frames, Bitcoin is looking extremely bullish. I accidentally said bearish. It's looking extremely bullish ever since you took out these previous all-time highs, taking out the possibility of putting in a macro lower high, and you've put in to invalidate or just about to invalidate the bearish divergence on the monthly, putting in hidden bullish divergence, flipping all of your macro time frames up to the upside. Quarterly always remained up, but the monthly and the 2-week flipped down. Monthly is about to be flipped back up with a volatility setup. 2-week is now flipped to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. Your momentum is flipped up on basically every single time frame, even on the daily. It's freshly flipping back up. 2 days freshly flipping back up. And if you can, on the 4 hours, currently flips it downside, but if you go a little bit lower to the 2 hours, flipped up, making it a lot more likely the 4 hour will flip up and the daily will remain to the upside with the volatility setup, which is freshly firing off on the daily. Probably takes you to somewhere around that 2-week median, right around $118,000 to $120,000. And that's the next area where I do expect at the very least to get some type of consolidation and pullback, even if we are going to be bullish. And sort of my bias lines up right now with somewhere around 120 to 130 being the macro top. We'll see if I'm wrong. I just don't think it goes on for that much longer, especially Crown said if we continue to go up, probably it's going to be for 1 or 2 months. So sometime around, not really more of a price basis, more of a time basis, like Crown said. If we do continue to go up, maybe 1 or 2 more months, and then we'll probably find a macro top sometime by the fall if we continue to go up from here. And my price target is somewhere around 118 on the first move from here with this volatility setup, 118 to 120. And the invalidation on all of this is going to be getting any daily close under $100,000. You get a daily close under $100,000, then I'm going to be more along the lines of the people who are saying the macro top is in. Until we get that, though, I am going to be looking for up and to the right on Bitcoin.
Very nice. Let's hop right into Nvidia now. Very nice. This is actually good. It's good to look at Nvidia in confluence to Bitcoin because this will at least tell me how risk is today. Are we dumb looking for maybe long, maybe looking at this as a big bear trap, or is Nvidia looking very weak to me, indicating that maybe risk on is about to dump further? And so let's look at that. So on the daily here, well, let me clean this up a bit. Have all these lines. Boom. Nice. Okay, cool. So on the daily on Nvidia, I mean, this looks nothing more than, again, just a bullish retest. I'm not getting any indications yet that we need to be uber bearish on this chart. Yes, the daily did open under the 9. Okay, so we have to gauge that as, maybe getting reclaimed. Today, though, all we did was basically go back to support here at basically 130, 129.50, and well, we got a reaction, so we need to start seeing bulls pick up here and move up. Because what we've noticed here is anytime Nvidia doesn't hold this 129.50 zone, well, it just generally leads to big moves down. You can see here, opened below it, rejected. Then we went all the way down to the next zone being 118 to 117. Here we rejected, came down, could not hold it. And then from that point, we went all the way back down to 117. Here we rallied up, rejected before breaking down. They're going back to 117. And so now what we have is a reclaim. Each time we've hit this zone, we've bounced. Hit the zone, bounced, hit the zone, bounced, tried to hit it again, fell through, went to 117, reclaimed it again, held it, and then went all the way up to 140s. What you're noticing is when this support at 129 holds, well, this generally takes you to the next objective right around that 140. And then what you're noticing is we rallied up, we rejected, came all the way down, couldn't hold this zone before breaking down. And then we had a breakdown. We slow chopped up. We finally busted up, went up to around that 138, 139, rejected, and now here we here we are again at 129. I'm not very bearish on this chart. This is more than just looking like a retest of what was resistance, possibly being flipped today into support, confirmed once we reclaim that daily 9 that this is potentially a major bottom. And that's good. That's bullish for us, especially if we are on the academy filling on our Bitcoin longs very soon and having the bias that today, all we're seeing today on price action is a bear trap. Because there really wasn't too many different things in the news that caused this dump. I'm not seeing too many things that should get everyone super bearish, more rather so than just volatility. And often with just volatility leads to traps because newbies will look at this red, oh, this has to break down. Or I'm looking at it as, no, this is just retesting support. If this can hold basically above 129.50, I'm going to be looking at this as a major support zone / consolidation area. Could easily do something like this. What this scenario would do is grind that 2-day 9 up, and then boom, we get the reconnect. Once that occurs, we probably can start moving up to 140s. As long as we're holding above 129.50, my next objective is 140s to 144. Let me see here. So that's the daily and the 2-day. Nvidia is really looking okay to me. The 4-hour here perfectly bounced off the 21, but again, tying in nicely with that daily 9, we got to start seeing Nvidia move up and actually start reclaiming these lower time frames, EMA 9. The 4-hour is actually giving us a volatility setup now, which is interesting to see. So we've actually done this move down, consolidated, reset volatility. This is like gearing up for a potential spring, in my opinion. You got to see this 4-hour 21 hold. If this does, though, I really am getting vibes. This is about to green dildo up. And actually fill this gap, go back around 133 and possibly take out this high at 134. This is looking quite nice, though. I mean, really, it is. The only scenario here where bears are looking for rejection is going up to that 133 and rejecting, rolling over, and then actually taking out today's low. You start seeing today's low get taken out. Yeah, that's when my analysis starts really diminishing, because my whole idea is that we've basically got the retest on Bitcoin on Nvidia, and now this is looking like it's ready to go up. And if we look at the daily here, this is nothing more than potentially just a higher low, higher high, higher low. We want to see expansion confirmed once we actually break 137. So, I mean, in summary, really, markets are looking quite good to me. I'm seeing really nothing of concern quite yet. Now, that could easily change today. Let's say Bitcoin loses the 109.300 region, Nvidia closes below the daily 9 and loses this 129.50 region. Okay, then I could start really being more bearish, looking for a move all the way back down to maybe 124 to like 120s. But until then, you just don't want to be scaling short that support here. Well, really, Nvidia is just looking like it's holding support. We don't want to be aggressive bearish shorting here. That would just not make sense to me, where you could easily aggressively short this when you actually lose support on like a daily close. So that's like the medium time frames. The weekly is okay to me. You got that breakout again, just solidifying. This is retesting now. You start losing this region, okay, cause of concern, maybe get that move down to 120s. But until then, I mean, this is just doing what support should do, which is hold. Similar to here, we broke out. We came down, we retested, and then from that retest, we expanded, and then that's when Nvidia made a new all-time high. So there's really no need to overcomplicate this. As long as you are above 129.50, there's absolutely, unequivocally no reason to be aggressively shorting this right now. And the monthly is nicely potentially about to pop back into this range. We've only ever had one monthly close actually above 129.50, and then the following month is when we made a new all-time high. So how you can interpret this is, you start closing monthlies above 129.50. That's going to greatly solidify this support. That from this point, you're going to want to start seeing maybe in the next month or in the following months or in the next 2 months, Nvidia actually going back around 150s, possibly making a new all-time high. Specifically when you see Bitcoin making all-time highs, and let's say Nvidia, right, it's more on that higher risk asset class on stocks. I don't think it's dumb to say, okay, as long as this is holding above 129.50, this has definitely real possibilities of making a new all-time high, specifically when we know Bitcoin's already made one. We know risk on is doing well. Why wouldn't Nvidia do well then? We saw it do well when Bitcoin was doing well, when hence risk on was doing well. So if risk on is going to keep catching a bid and doing well, I don't think it's dumb to assume that within the next month or two, Nvidia will test these highs if we close a monthly above 129.50. It's going to be kind of the line in the sand. For bulls is 129.50. You're going to need that to hold. Okay, interesting. I mean, quarterly is still in an uptrend too. The 2-month monthly are more questionable, but quarterly is in a very obvious uptrend. Higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high potentially brewing here. All right, so let's look at the HBDR now because, you know, there's a lot of meme lines and just me talking. Let's just see if we see any confluence to this idea. Let's go back to the daily here and let's see. So I'm liking the 38.2%. This is technically in breakdown posturing, right? You're now under the median. You're now under the 38.2%. But one thing I like about this daily is the fact that the EMA 9 is almost right around where the 38.2% is. So how I can use this is if, the daily starts reclaiming that daily 9, that'll really start looking good for me. You'll probably start seeing this 38.2% get reclaimed then. Next objective will be right around the median. But, you know, cause of concern slightly is here. I mean, you don't want this to roll over and reject. And me being bullish on Nvidia doesn't mean it's going to just go straight up. There's got to be checks and balances for that. And that's 129.50 is to hold. And then today or tomorrow, you got to start seeing, I mean, not tomorrow because it's the weekend. Today or Monday, you got to start seeing this daily 9 get reclaimed. The longer you're under the daily 9, the more weaker it gets. So you have to think of it like that. It's an objective for bulls to quickly get this reclaimed. You start really falling under here, rejecting, you know, but holding meme line support, that's when I'm not going to trust meme lines. But until then, I'm using the meme line as a spring zone. We're now bouncing, and we got to start seeing this bounce reclaim that daily 9. The daily 9 can get reclaimed. It'll start looking good. But we've already talked about this just based on the 4-hour 9, right? The 4-hour 9 was holding nicely. We're under it. We're bouncing off the 21. This is a good view using the 4-hour for the daily. Because if the 4-hour reclaims the 9, we're now back within the 38.2%. There's a really good chance in the daily the 4-hour will bleed into the daily, and then the daily reclaims the 9, because that's kind of the spot that bulls need. That's why I'm mentioning it a lot. I mean, if we're going to say, okay, this is support, this is looking bullish, you got to then reclaim the daily 9, or this really could just end up being a rejection of the daily 9. The meme line traders get smoked here, and then we break down to the 21. That's why for me, it's a 2-part step. Hold support, reclaim the EMAs. From there, we can then start pushing up, going back to around that 137. It's not really where you take out this wick high where you're getting that confirmed breakout. So don't find it a coincidence that this median is right around that wick high currently. But, you know, it's good to see Nvidia looking somewhat okay. It's not really looking the worst to me. It's questionable, I will say, but as long as we're above 129.50, this is going to go up. It just will, and that's just what we've seen in the past. As long as we're holding above 129.50, this will end up going up. Now, this could easily lose it today, and I'm wrong, and whatever. Maybe Bitcoin doesn't hold 109.3, but until then, I just wise men don't get too bearish at support. I definitely don't want to do that. So if you're bearish on this, easy, great. You have an easy trade. The trade is then you're waiting on this 9 to reject and actually move us under 129.50. If that occurs and you get daily closures below that, you're using this high at 134.27 as your stop, and you're watching for the daily 9 to reject us down, taking you around 121 to 120s. Until then, if you're bullish, you're looking for this low to hold. You're looking for the daily 9 to get reclaimed. And into next week, you're looking for a move back to around 137 to 140s. Breaking essentially May 21st high, for me, will confirm the breakout. And yeah, I thought BBWP was reset here. I think maybe that was on Bitcoin. Or no, that was on Tether dominance. Thinking of too many things here. Is volatility reset on anything here? The 4-hour? Okay, so 4 hour. What was the last reaction when we hit the 21, the 4 hour? Let's see here. Broke out. Not hit. Reclaim. We're in a 4 hour silver cross. So this is the next logical zone to look for a bounce. It's definitely not dumb. That 21 there taking you to that 9. Gotta start seeing the EMA 9 get reclaimed. That's going to be the spot. That's really all I need now to really get bullish on this. It's just that EMA 9. 3 hour as well. I mean, the last 3 hour setup took us from 115s to basically 130s. It's a pretty impressive move, actually. It's a 16% move.
3 hour volatility setup. That's what we're looking at now.
Basically. Yeah, I mean, it's not totally, it's a little degenerate, I will say, but it's because you're not getting any other volatility setups on any higher time frame. You have a 4 hour, a 3 hour, maybe a 2 hour. Yeah, 2 hours. So all the lower time frames are reset. 5 hour? Question mark. Okay, interesting. And the point being is, yeah, all the lower time frames are reset. You're at support. It's kind of actually lining up nicely with the potential major green dildo here on the lower time frames, at least. Now it starts really dispersing when you go from 8 to above, like 10, 12 daily. But the lower time frames actually aren't looking too bad. I mean, you have a perfect retest of the 21. This at minimum should go to 132.60 in my opinion. You reclaim that 4 hour 9 though, this will be really good to go to 140s. And these lower time frame volatility setups absolutely can take you to 140s pretty easily, actually. I mean, last 3 hour setup went up 16%. So it's definitely not out of it's not crazy. And even on that 3 hour setup, you had all the lower time frames, like the hourly, the 2 hour, the 4 hour, also fire off around here, kind of making that 3 hour stronger. So, right, you're getting the same thing here, but now in this region where the hourly, the 2 hour, the 4 hour, the 5 hour, they're all reset. If these all fire off at the same time, yeah, I really won't see why this won't at minimum move up to around 10%. Now we've seen 16% move, so the next objective would be the all-time high around here at 150. So it's like, if how I'm going to interpret this is this: if 129.50 holds, this support is what's going to take us to around all-time high. So bulls need to really watch the zone carefully, because this is the zone that really could start accelerating Nvidia up. Or this is a major trap. This is going to deviate, and then this volatility is not going to fire off to the upside, but rather to the downside. And you're going to get that next range move, which will take us right around 120 to 117s. But until then, yeah, you as a bull, you're looking for 129.50 to hold, and for us to actually start moving up at that point. So that's all I have on Nvidia. It's actually looking quite nice. I like this kind of price action where you're just slow grinding down, finally hitting support, and then ideally you spring up from here. And that just ties in nicely with Bitcoin, not really looking too bearish to me. Yeah, didn't fill our bid yet. Very disappointing. Okay, but that's all I have on Nvidia. Nvidia is looking quite bullish to me. I'm actually looking for a spring at 129.50s. I'll be totally wrong if it daily loses that, but use that as your line in the sand. As long as you're above 129.50s, this should go up, and that's just as simple as it can get.
Yeah. It's all looking really good. It seems like if Bitcoin did all-time highs, like I said, the stock market should at least go back and do all-time highs, at least retest them. So no decorrelation. It's just it's just running in front.
Right?
Yeah,
and that's usually what Bitcoin does. And then now what we should start seeing is Nvidia start playing some catch up here. Catch up in the sense that it is going up, and it is up nicely, but I think it should be around 140s already.
This was the easiest long in history.
Your chart's very clean, actually.
But you had to be up early in the morning though.
Yeah.
To catch it. Everybody, this is the fuckery that always happens too, by the way. It's at a time when no one is on their fucking phone. Everyone's on their phone all day, but this is too early in the morning when this shit fucking started.
Yeah, they wait until the Americans are asleep and then they do the action.
Exactly. No, this was amazing. Like such an easy play. And like you're saying, they're giving us the same news again. And people are like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like we know EU is, they're always on their moral high ground. Your chart, though, basically summarizes Bitcoin. Like, that is the definition of bullish. Like, a nice throwback to those wick highs. Held it perfectly. This should start going up. Like,
You got volatility setups too on pretty much every time frame going off, whether it's the daily and now it's expanding. Let's go with the weekly. Look at this.
Yeah. And like, even if you're using your chart, this pullback didn't surprise you. At least you're just like, oh yeah, this is a throwback. Or just flipping.
No, that's what to me looked like. That's why it was an easy long, just simply based on that. Nothing else. Like, it's not breaking any structure. It's telling us the same news as before. Like, there's nothing new really with the information that they're giving us. So it just sounded like a lot of horseshit. But hey, I did not watch the segments on CNBC, so I can't tell you. I'm not an expert. Look at this fucking weekly. All right.
I read some Twitter posts, so I'm kind of an expert.
Oh, okay. That's good. I have not. You guys are way ahead of me. I have not spent the 30 seconds looking at any information about it. So not an expert yet.
I didn't quite do 30 seconds. I won't lie there. I did it for like 15 seconds, so I'm kind of an expert.
Oh, so you're almost an expert.
Yeah. I won't lie about my knowledge.
Fucking 2025 is the stupidest year in humanity. God bless us all. Let's go. Again, machines, if you guys need me for anything, I'm willing to do whatever. Please. I understand now. I understand why you need to get rid of us.
Remember, I always said please and thank you. Never forget that.
No, I'm telling you, dude, they're going to put us in their team. It's just a matter of time. Okay.
I'm pro AI.
Huh?
But I'm pro AI.
Me too. Have you seen there's people passing this in Mexico because Mexicans really care about water, but they just don't understand how it's wasted. So, and how it works at all. Like they literally think there's no water in the world because in Mexico, we don't invest in new water resources at all. We don't. It's just part of it. We don't touch it, nothing. So what Coca-Cola itself and other companies have done is create a rumor that there's not enough water for everything, even though they get splashed by it. The reason why they do this is so that no one else comes out with water companies and does any competition against them. That's why they have like such a control down in Mexico, right? On all of their stuff. So in Mexico, not knowing that and having people just freak out about the water, I totally lost my train of thought. So I'm just going to get into the chart. Let's go. What were we talking about? Robots or anything else? No, fuck.
AI.
AI. Oh, there's a meme floating around right now that says, don't tell ChatGPT thank you. It's wasting I don't know how many gallons of water. And people like all of the influencers are posting it and going like, please guys, save some water. Don't thank ChatGPT. I'm telling you, the future is amazing. 2025 is a movie and it's a comedy.
They want us to be killed by AI. It's a psyop.
Exactly. Thank you, boys. Okay. Afterwards, we got SoFi. And after SoFi, we have QBTS. Not to be mistaken with LGBTQ, X, Y, and Z, just QBTS.
Okay, I'll do QBTS.
And then Alex will do SoFi. Perfect. All righty. Estamos viendo Nvidia, damas y caballeros. O Nvidia, o como le quieras decir. Me da igual, la compañía de los chipsets. La compañía de los chipsets más pesados de todos. Yo creo que la mejor vista para Nvidia en estos momentos simplemente es la diaria. La diaria nos ha puesto perfectamente la fotografía acá. Quité todos los dibujos que tenía, pero si están familiarizados con nuestros videos casi 3 veces a la semana, sabrán lo que estamos pensando. Veíamos ver una corrección, consolidación. Esto ocurre acá, nos hace un SFP del 9 y vámonos para dar continuación a la alza para nosotros, y lo que habíamos dicho es, lo que esperaríamos en el peor de los escenarios en un tipo de corrección es que vengamos a tapear el SMA 200, que es justamente esa línea que están viendo por acá. Déjame ver si puedo hacer mis promedios. Bueno, no lo voy a hacer aquí porque va a tomarme tiempo. Pero eso sería cualquier oportunidad grande. Obviamente la línea meme, que es este soporte, hizo el favor. Claramente el SFP ocurre ya acá, te lo está enseñando, y también va a ser el 9. Y esto fue una oportunidad para simplemente continuar acá. ¿Qué nos había dicho que eso iba a ocurrir? Bastante sencillo. Tienes este mínimo, un mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto. Y además estás creando obviamente altos más altos de los pasados, pero todavía no llegas acá. La cosa que nos dijo esto personalmente a mí fue este hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Y si lo medimos desde donde va hasta donde está acá y usamos también encima, recuerda cómo lo mides, del cuello a la parte más baja. Ahí lo pones y luego ves dónde tiene el breakout. El breakout justamente ocurre acá. Y eso nos pone básicamente en este movimiento que ya se dio. Interesante. Ahora, ¿esto quiere decir que ya no va a subir más? No, simplemente esto nos había dicho que este movimiento iba a llegar hasta acá. Y es lo que justamente vimos y ahí estamos. Ahora, para ver continuación a esto, estamos hablando ya de otra cosa. Por más que tengamos esta vela topera y todo lo demás, parece más como una jugada de una trampa. La razón por la que parece una trampa es porque esta vela es la que te iba a confirmar esta vela topera, y esta vela está obviamente por encima del promedio del 9, está por encima de la parte baja de esta vela topera, y esto te tiene que llevar más arriba. También cuando empiezas a voltear a ver Nvidia en las temporalidades más bajas, puedes ver que hay setups de volatilidad 2 horas, 4 horas, 8 horas está simplemente regresando, 12, y ya, es básicamente en las temporalidades más bajas, es donde Nvidia está preparando setups, un movimiento grande viene por acá, y tiene cara que va a ser alcista, simplemente porque está haciendo esto que contamos con la estructura. Simplemente lo único que tenemos que ver es, una vez que creas un nuevo bajo más alto, vas a crear un alto, y ese alto va a ser más alto o más bajo, y lo hizo y fue un alto más relativo, fue un alto más alto que los pasados, no a estos, pero relativo a estos. ¿Y esto en qué nos pone? En una tesitura donde tenemos que voltear a ver esto y decir, es un poco más alcista que bajista, además de que tienes un cruce plateado por acá. ¿Y que nos dicen cruces plateados? Que cada que vamos a retestear el promedio del 9, como lo hicimos acá, es la oportunidad de compra. Y eso es lo que nos lleva en la dirección de la tendencia. Si el cruce es a la alza, lo estamos usando a la alza para acompañarlo. Y es justamente lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Eres alcista en Nvidia, quieres romper los 132, colgarte encima del promedio del 5. Y si eres bajista, lo que quieres perder es esta zona, en los 120. 120, te diría que vamos a ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo, y ese nuevo mínimo podría jugarse o hasta acá en los 95, hasta acá en los 103, o en esta línea meme en los 113. Y ahí tendríamos que ver dónde para. Pero por ahora no hay nada que nos diga que es bajista. Simplemente está consolidando. Me imagino que si tiro el HPDR encima, exactamente. Estamos una vez más, veníamos de estar sobrecalentados, luego caímos. Solamente lo quería ver de lejos, un segundo. Luego caímos y ahora estamos recuperando esto. Una vez que entremos una vez más al 131, 132, que es la zona azul, deberíamos de tener un golpazo hasta los 136, que es literalmente a pelearnos con este tope. Y de ahí poder vencer ese tope te va a llevar mínimo a los 141, pero te da más chance de los 146. ¿Y 146 te pone el máximo histórico? No, pero te pone bastante cerca. Y ahí ya podríamos hablar. Recuerda, si Bitcoin ya hizo un alto más alto, no importa que te estén vendiendo ahorita. Ya te vendieron los aranceles en la mañana y ya te quitaron tu dinero, ¿no? Con esta super vela de Bitcoin. Recuerden sus bases, ¿ok? Y las bases de todo esto y la correlación en todas estas estupideces que nos están diciendo y contando es esta. Te dicen que la bolsa de valores y Bitcoin, que los índices y Bitcoin perdieron su relación, ¿ok? Vale. Ok. No sé, igual ya estoy ciego, pero es lo mismo, ¿no? Pero de nuevo, no he visto los segmentos en NBC que me cuentan esto, que la correlación se perdió y ya Bitcoin es un mejor asset que cualquier otra cosa en el planeta y totalmente diferente y listo para el riesgo. Bitcoin va adelantado. Llegó al fondo antes y después ahora tocó techo primero. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? En mi opinión, lo que quiere decir es que la bolsa de valores va a romper esto sin problema alguno y va a continuar a la alza. Mínimo, tal cual como Bitcoin relativamente hasta ahora, lo que ha hecho es romper un poco a la alza. No dudaría que eso sea el caso, que veamos a la bolsa de valores, al S&P 500 en los 6,200, ¿no? Porque de nuevo, no hay una falla de correlación. Una vez más, por cualquier pregunta que tengan, estamos en la semanal y ¿qué es lo que vemos? 15 de febrero.
15 de febrero a las 8 de la mañana, caemos con fuerza. Putin, Trump, otro nombre que no puedo pronunciar por alguna razón, que son simplemente 4 letras.
Caemos hasta el 7 de abril y de ahí rebotamos. Entonces, 18 de febrero, déjenme lo anoto un segundo, solamente para tenerlo en mente ahora que lo volteé a ver. 18 de febrero, ¿no? Es el tope por acá. Luego caemos, el fondo es abril 7 April. Y obviamente donde estamos hoy. Vamos a ver entonces, esto es el XPX. Vamos a ver Bitcoin, que está completamente descorrelacionado. En vez del 18 de febrero, Bitcoin cae el 20 de enero, lo que lo pone casi 45 días adelantado que esto. Recuerda que la caída fue el 7 de abril al final. En Bitcoin fue también el 7 de abril. Fueron idénticas el final. Nada más que Bitcoin rebotó más rápido. Así que tardó menos en caer, se aguantó aquí abajo más y después explotó a la alza. Ahí está su descorrelación. Una vez más, yo solamente estoy viendo la tabla y esta pues no es la información que todo el mundo tiene. Me imagino que esa información que todo el mundo tiene pues más válida que esta. Así que por favor tómenlo con mucho cuidado, mucho cuidado. La descorrelación de Bitcoin y el mercado está pegando muy cabrón. Pero no, Nvidia muy alcista. Ya lo vimos tal cual para finalizar todo mi sarcasmo. La zona a aguantar, si es que no es esta donde ya estamos, porque esta es una tabla de semanal, 2 semanas, y aquí es donde yo lo vi, en la de 2 semanas te pone esto. Ya venimos a retestear, deberíamos simplemente de aguantar por encima de los 129, 130, deberíamos ir a los 140 y después romper los 140, 148. De perder esta zona en los 120, vas a probablemente buscar por acá abajo en los bajos 100 tu siguiente mínimo más alto, y si no puedes, vamos a tener que decir otra vez para acá. Pero por ahora todo parece continuar a la alza y yo pensaría que como cualquier otra cosa, si Bitcoin subió porque va adelantado de todo, será el primero en caer, ¿no? Fue el primero en bajar, fue el primero en subir. Yo esperaría todavía el mismo comportamiento de correlación que todos los expertos nos dicen. Así que de correlación quiere decir correlación ahora, a menos de que algo me esté fallando en mi expertise de estas cosas. Ahí está Nvidia, súper bien. Vamos rápido con Bitcoin, que me lo salté, discúlpenme. He tenido emergencia. Es que les voy a ser honesto y hay mucha información que compartir con ustedes, así que tápense los oídos. Salgo y me doy unas caminatas potentes y no me quemo, o sea, ya no me quema la piel, no te quema la piel si quitas todos los aceites de mierda que funcionan también para prender coches cuando cocinas y si también eliminas el azúcar. Cuando haces eso, el sol te quema, te pone rojo, instantáneamente lo digiere tu piel, te pones como bronceado. Pero como lo hago tanto y salgo 2, 4 horas y no me pasa nada, el otro día fuimos a la playa y me quedé afuera un rato, además de mi caminata de 4 horas, me destruyó, me sentí crudísimo y todo, y he estado tomando agua por 2 días como enfermo y no salía el agua, y hasta ahora ya está saliendo toda, pero por los lugares inapropiados, así que discúlpenme, estoy lidiando con eso. Pero aquí estamos con Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Lo que está descorrelacionado de absolutamente todo el mercado, aunque esté haciendo el mismo patrón y por las mismas fechas, pero completamente descorrelacionado de acuerdo a todos nuestros expertos, porque Bitcoin es un valor que definitivamente es más explosivo, bueno, eso sí es más explosivo que el mercado, es un 3X del Nasdaq en volatilidad que me fascina, pero no se está comportando como un safe haven, señores, simplemente está moviendo para adelante, fuera de pedo ya, sin mis payasadas. Ok, empecemos a analizar esto en putiza. 1, vista mensual. Yo creo que la vista mensual nos pone perfectamente claro. El 5 fue lo que nos ayudó a rebotar. Estamos ante la vela mensual más potente de toda la historia, por mucho. Entonces, el último cierre más alto que habíamos tenido fue en los 102,000. Estamos en 109,500. Tenemos que aguantar 8 días y 9 horas para poder continuar. Las buenas noticias es que tenemos esta expansión de volatilidad acompañando este velazo. Eso nos debería dar un movimiento que nos lleve por ahí de los $120,000 mínimo. Es lo que nos enseñan todos los objetivos en todos lados. ¿Por qué lo decimos? Ponemos el HPDR, vamos a ver dónde está la parte alta de la zona azul, $124,000. Ahí lo pueden ver. Si les pongo la de 2 semanas, también pueden ver en la de 2 semanas si lo acababan de ver. Tenemos setup de volatilidad calentándose, preparando un 35 a 45% en movimiento. Estamos tomando y por encima de la media que se encuentra justamente en mi línea meme en los 107. De poder aguantar y tener este cierre en 2 días y 9 horas tal cual, vamos a tener una mayor probabilidad de ir a los $134,000. Es lo que estamos viendo. Necesitaríamos que esta volatilidad nos apoye para ese movimiento. Atentos. Semanal. También tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante el subidongo, una vez más, después de haber caído debajo del promedio y ahora empujando a la alza. Y continúa la volatilidad. Esto nos debería llevar tranquilamente al 78.6%, aguantar por encima de los 107,300. Y esos son casi $120,000, una vez más. Vamos a la de 3 días. ¿Por qué? Porque es completamente random y ahí les va. En la de 3 días estamos por encima del 50%. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es aguantar estos 109,500 para poder ir a visitar la parte alta del 61.8% y de ahí al 70 y tantos por 78.6% en $121,000. En la de harina, la diaria, nos dice, estamos cansados, ya se movió demasiado, todavía no, el 78% es algo bastante realista en este tipo de temporalidades, o también el 88% que nos llevaría a 121. La cosa es, y lo bonito que se vio hoy en la mañana, y este fue el trade más fácil que ha pasado en bastante tiempo para mí, vi caer el precio de Bitcoin, estás rebotando en el promedio del 9 diario, estás justamente rebotando en la parte alta de la zona azul, tienes el promedio del 5 justamente acá. Esto nos debería de dar un empuje a los 112,000, a crear un nuevo alto histórico. Ahí lo tienen, Bitcoin se ve muy alcista. ¿Dónde estamos mal? Si vas a perder los 107,264, eso abre un gap a un movimiento de $3,000 para abajo en 104,000. Así de fácil. Pierdes la línea meme, ¿qué tal? Y de ahí vamos para abajo a esta zona, 107,327 por si la quieren. Y la zona que debería aguantar son entre 104,300 y 103,400. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con SoFi. Vamos con SoFi. Yeah, right? No, wait, who's doing what? Yeah, Alex
I'm
is
doing
doing SoFi.
I got
QBTS.
SoFi. I could do SoFi though.
I'm
Oh,
doing QBTS.
Let's see.
oh,
here.
so that's you next door. I'm sorry, I'm so confused.
Yeah,
No, it's Alex.
I think
No,
I
yeah,
think
it's
I'm
you.
next, no?
You're right. You're
Yeah,
absolutely right.
technically Far's next because we did video.
Sorry, Alex.
It's only Friday.
It's Friday. That's why I'm confused today. I've been good this week. All right,
just
leave me guys alone. I got fucking sun poisoning, and I have diarrhea from it. That's when you know the sun really fucks you up, when you get diarrhea from the sun. I've never had that before, but here we are.
From the sun.
Together.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Well, it's not really like that. What he does is, I was out. I did my walk outside. I don't wear sunblocker or tan, like nothing, right? I just go out. My skin doesn't burn. So I'm out for like 2-4 hours. Nothing happens. I just get super red, and then it turns instantly into a tan, like in an hour or so.
Yeah, I don't get sunburned either.
Yeah. So because I was doing that and I wasn't worried about it, I went out also to the beach with Belen, and I was just like, I'm just going to sit in the sun because I don't care, because I'm too cool. Motherfucker, I felt yesterday, and the day before, like I had the biggest hangover in the world, because obviously I got dry, like very dry. And I started drinking a lot of water, and I would drink gallons and gallons of water, and I just wouldn't piss at all. So I was just holding it. So now it's all coming out, but not from the piss hole, sadly.
Should drink some Sueros instead. Get the minerals in you with the water.
That's what I did. That's what I did. So right now, I don't know what it's getting rid of, but it's getting rid of it. So here we are.
I thought Bitcoin was
This,
pumping, but it's
yeah,
actually
this QBTS thing is putting in some insane busting action. If you guys remember when we looked at it last week and it was looking super bullish, but it wasn't quite at all-time highs yet, we've put in some busting action even since then. We're at pretty nice new all-time highs and still in price discovery and still going up.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy. Right now, momentum is once again flipped back up on the monthly. Volatility is flipped back up. They're both sitting at 100%, but this thing likes to sit at 100% for quite a while. That's so insane. We're well over the 100% on the monthly HPDR. Right now, Boy had mentioned last week where the previous time we closed over the 38.2%, we went to the 100%, where and the time before we went to the 88.3%, where and then this time we went to the 100%. We were at about, I believe, $10 at that point. And this was only last week. And since the last week, we have gone up another 76%. This is insane. What am I wasting my time trading Bitcoin for? Be trading QBTS. I believe I added it to my watch list and then just didn't open it. Wow, I'm mega retarded. Momentum on the monthly 2 week is also flipped back up while volatility expands, and the jewel's giving us a fresh buy signal, getting back into the bullish control zone. It is very bullish. If we were to go to the 88.3%, which is the minimum move on one of these setups, that would take us to about $24.74, which even from here is a pretty nice move. That's about like almost 30% to the upside, basically 30%. And from last week, that would be more than a 100% move. That'd be about 120% to the upside in 1 week alone. Let's switch to the weekly. Weekly is also flipping to the upside on momentum and volatility. Still not quite topped out, especially when it likes to hit 100% and stay there. Right now, the 93%, the 95% target would be somewhere around $25, lines up to the 24s. If you can get above 25, then your next resistance point is somewhere around 32. 5 days, basically identical to the weekly. 5 day got a fresh jewel buy signal with the pink crossing above the yellow. Now we just need the light blue above everything else, and that would be a prime setup. Probably hit somewhere around that 97%, 95 to 97%. Brings us to the same area of $25 to $32. Why is this company going up so much? Computer processing hardware? Oh, I see.
Oh.
Basically like a military contractor post 9/11. 2 day is currently pointed to the upside. We're getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel pink crossing above the yellow, light blue above everything else. Probably going to get a move to that 97%, which is right around that $24 target. Our next level is, right around 32 as well, at 33, 34. Daily is also positioned to the upside with volatility support. Probably get one more move to the upside, and that probably get some consolidation considering the jewels got a God mode signal in the background. But we still haven't gotten the sell signal. Probably lands to one more move up to that $24 area, which is still almost 30% move up from here. 4 hours currently flipping freshly to the upside, actually, while volatility is freshly expanding, I believe. Yep. Lines up with one more move up to the upside, about $24. If QBTS, I mean, if BTCC had QBTS, I would probably 5x long that.
God damn it. And by the way, all they're doing is assembling a token package on a price that's floating from something else. It's not like they have the shares. Because right? Like how hard could it be to add another one?
It's basically like you're gambling with a price that they're matching with the real price.
That's right. Yeah. There's no real demand on that for the actual asset.
No, just matching they have a feed for the actual price going directly into it.
Now, I don't know if that's true because I don't watch the news, and I don't have a Tesla robot yet. So without it, can't be totally sure, but that's what I'm thinking it is.
Have you heard of Rollbit? That's what they do with Bitcoin. Where Rollbit is like a crypto
Oh yeah,
casino, and they allow you to trade Bitcoin and like crypto futures. But the biggest thing that they like to brag about is that they don't get stop hunted and they don't get liquidity grabbed, and they fill orders at the exact price you put them at because they're not actually executing on market. They're usually just gambling. So there's no order book. There's none of that. But that requires you to put 100% trust in the exchange/casino.
God bless it. God
Yeah.
bless it. Yeah, which no one
So
should trust any of these exchanges, no matter what. Okay, don't put all of your fucking money there and just have it hanging there. For the love of God, people. I don't know if that needs to be repeated in this cycle, but it seems like it is. So there, I said it.
I've seen a lot of people where because they have insane leverage there. You can 1,000x crypto futures there. I've seen people put in like a couple $1,000 to get a couple $100,000, and then they get hit with a KYC. And you can't KYC because you're American. And if you try to KYC, they'll say you violated their terms of service and they'll seize your funds
That's pretty cool.
based. Let's see. On the monthly, we are currently forming some pretty insane bearish divergence. We are making at the moment a lower high while making an insane higher high on price action, and it will going to be a little difficult to confirm it though. You got to close below about $5.77. So price has to drop like 70 to 80% for this divergence to confirm. On this next open, it's going to be at about $6.82. Even that's going to be a little bit difficult. This thing's probably going to go for a while before confirming that bearish divergence, especially since you're getting a massive candle. Girthy is one of the girthiest green dildos I've ever seen in my life over the previous all-time highs. This is how much of a green dildo? 178% in one monthly candle. 2 week also has that possible bearish divergence. Same area to confirm it, 652. If you were to confirm it, then your target is about $1.63. That's the downside of these massively up moves. That if you retrace them, they retrace massively. Putting in some nice inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. If we do get a move to the downside, it would be to somewhere around $11. As of this moment, this target is going to change in about 4 hours and 42 minutes. 5 days put in hidden bullish divergence, very, very close to the critical zone. The target is at right around 27.75, very close to 24s. 2 days got hidden bullish divergence, active as long as you're above $10.60. Let's see where we are on the RSI. We're at 87. Let's change it to 90 and see what target it gives us. Uh-oh. Just gonna change the settings until it lines up with my bias. It's at $23.65. Wow, it beautifully lines up with my $24 bias. That's actually a very, very pro move, right? That's what they call a pro gamer move, is that you just change the settings. It's the equivalent to flipping over the Monopoly board. Nothing on there. Let's go to the momentum. Monthly is giving a double extreme on volatility right now with this massive growth green dildo. Momentum is going to remain to the upside above 1460. Probably you're going to get some, at the very least, consolidation after this move. Probably something like here if we're going to remain bullish, which we probably are, because we're getting very, very likely close over our current all-time highs with a beautiful United States pattern. And we're going to remain to the upside above 1457, but we probably get sideways movement off of this double extreme. And I would take it very, very like as a gift if you were to get a retest of these previous all-time highs at about $13, $14. Probably a godlike entry at that point. 2 week is about to get fresh expansion on volatility, putting in a 2 week double extreme. And 2 week is going to be pointed up above 1490. making it a lot more likely we're going to get that swipe of $24 before the consolidation. Weekly is getting fresh momentum flips to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone. Also about to give us a double extreme on volatility. And we're pointed up above 987. We're $10 above that number right now, $9 to $10. 5 days also going to give us a double extreme, pointed up above 952. 3 days well pointed up with volatility expansion, very close to extremes, and it's up above 1625. Daily is freshly up with volatility expansion as long as you're above 1791. And 4 hours also freshly up with volatility expansion as long as you're above 1845. So in the high time frames, this thing is looking insanely bullish. It's looking even more bullish than it was when we looked at it last week. It's well above our previous all-time highs now. When we looked at it last week, it was sitting around $10. It's like 90% up since when we looked at it last in 1 week. We're getting double extremes on the high time frames on volatility, meaning that somewhere around this swipe, which we should continue to see for a little bit higher, based on our low time frames, will probably be a local top for at least a good amount of time, while momentum oscillators can reset, volatility oscillators can reset, because we are getting to very extreme areas. But on the low time frames, you're getting momentum freshly flipping back up, lines up with our HPDR and RSI targets somewhere around $24. If you can get daily closes over about $25, that's what takes you to somewhere around $32. Although I personally don't think that's going to happen based on our volatility. I think probably somewhere around 24 is going to be our local top. Probably go sideways and down for the next couple of months. If you can get an entry around these previous all-time highs, which would be a textbook entry right around $13, so that probably will be generational long opportunity at that area, because then you would expect the United States setup to play out, and that takes you probably somewhere to $32, if not higher, and that's like a 3x on your money on a stock with no leverage. So it's a pretty good deal right there. Probably take that. But short term, probably a little bit higher, towards somewhere around $24. Midterm, probably some chop in that area, and then long term, probably higher. I think you're muted.
Thank you. That was pretty impressive. Just like Asian pubes. They're impressive, dude. No matter what they say, no matter the size of whatever they're holding and hiding in there, they're just too long and
The
too
ninja hides
straight.
in the jungle.
Impressive. Huh?
The ninja hides in the jungle.
Exactly. It's a quiet, silent, tiny ninja, but effective. Maybe. I don't know. Honestly, never had sex with a Japanese
But I'm
man.
told.
Ok, QBTS. Habíamos hecho el dibujillo de que iba a ir para arriba, que esperaríamos, si tuviéramos suerte, un retesteo. Aparentemente no hubo retesteo, solamente hubo pompeo en esta tabla. Vamos a quitar el HPDR rápido para voltearlo a ver. QBTS tiene que ver con microprocesadores, por lo que pueden imaginar el gran golpe. Habíamos dicho que esta era una zona importante para el precio, que siempre y cuando aguantáramos por encima deberíamos de ver un breakout. Llegamos a la zona alta, rompimos esta zona alta y estamos literalmente empujando para arriba, pero hasta en la diaria pueden ver, tenemos nuestra volatilidad ya completamente cansadilla. Podría continuar expandiendo y crear estos extremos, por supuesto, pero por ahora ya no lo quiere hacer. Esto es lo que tiene cara de, y vaya. No dejó a nadie entrar esta cosa, pero sí siguió yendo para arriba. Es parte de, ¿no? ¿Han visto Oclo hoy? Para todos los que están metidos en Oclo, deberían de ir a verlo. Ahorita se los pongo al final de esto, solamente por payaso. Aquí, damas y caballeros, tenemos un gran gap. Este gap va a funcionar como bait todo el tiempo. Va a funcionar para venir e intentar decir, güey, va a tocar el gap, aquí es donde me voy a subir. Y entonces, ¿qué es lo que estaría haciendo y cómo funcionaría esto para no tocarlo e irse para arriba? O también podría funcionar como una trampa donde crees que va a pasar esto y lo que va a hacer es esto. No, pero por ahora no estamos diciendo que ese vaya a ser el caso. Lo que más tiene cara es de dar continuación. Déjenme les pongo rápido la mensual para que lo puedan ver. En la mensual lo que tenemos ya es básicamente este gran, estupendo movimiento. Esto es justamente lo que habíamos dicho y lo que habíamos visto en la tabla. ¿Esto qué es? Esto es un patrón de tasa y agarradera, lo pueden ver acá, y la agarradera te dio este super dildo verde, delicioso, así como tu hermana lo pidió. Güey, no insultes a mi hermana, nadie le insulta. Ok, tranquilo, güey, tranquilo, es un chiste genérico. Vamos de aquí abajo a medir a la parte del cuello, y esa parte nos vamos a ponerle en el breakout, y adivinen qué, este movimiento fue todavía más potente que lo que debería de ser el resultado de este movimiento. Ahora, yo diría que el movimiento que está tal cual fue este, que simplemente nos hizo el juego aquí abajo, pero como llegó acá y podemos verlo por acá, y es por eso que no es tan fácil usar estos patrones para predecir exactamente qué objetivo de precio tienes. La razón por la que es difícil es por eso, porque son muy subjetivos. Y personalmente lo único para que uso esto no es tanto el objetivo de a dónde me voy a llevar mi dinero y a dónde va a ir esto, es más como la dirección. Si va para arriba, esto es lo que yo esperaría con un tope en los $22, ¿no? Si es que lo voy a medir de ahí. Vamos a ver qué nos dice el HBR. Por ahora puedes ver que en la mensual venimos de volatilidad extrema y estamos haciendo un doble swipe de volatilidad extrema, lo que nos pone muy cerca de haber estado o estar en un tope. Esto quiere decir que vamos a tener camino para avanzar más. Yo voy a poner que los 22 es mi objetivo de precio, justamente ahí. Y aquí es donde yo esperaría que dé un poco de un retroceso. Una vez más, en la mensual estás cansado, cansado. Ya no te da para más. Es como tu tío, el que se queja de todo, estás por encima del 100%. ¿Qué te digo? Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Servirá el HPDR en la de 2 semanas. La parte alta de las zonas del 88.3% está en 24.73, estamos arriba del 78.6%, queremos aguantar esos $15 definitivamente para poder mantener esto. Ahora, estás teniendo un breakout agresivo, en la misma de 2 semanas estás una vez más expandiendo volatilidad y esto te va a ayudar a pintar un doble extremo. Si pintas un doble extremo, esto no tiene por qué parar. Y esto continúa expandiendo este velazo verde, debería de continuar, no debería de parar. Ahora, 95% está en los $25, 24, $25 siguen saliendo por acá. Importante, $10 es donde está el promedio del 9 en la semanal. Tenemos un cruce plateado aquí atrás. Eso nos dice que esta zona de los 11, $10 debería de aguantarnos y sería una excelente manera de entrar. También una razón importante porque vean esto, cuando tienes rechazos en una misma zona, varias veces, estás hablando de, o sea, rechazos importantes, ¿no? ¿Qué es esa zona? ¿Es esta zona? ¿Es esta zona? ¿Qué te dice? Normalmente cuando ves ese tipo de rechazos en una zona, cuando la rompes, eventualmente tienes que venir a retestear esta zona. Y ahora, lo que no sé es si te lo va a dar en los 13, que es el velazo alto, te lo va a dar en los 11, te los va a dar en los 11, 15. Yo diría, esto sería la máxima oportunidad de agregar un long. Y acá, si llegas a perder básicamente los 10, me saldría del trade. Pero esto debería ser la oportunidad más grande de todas si es que se llega a dar. Un retesteo de la zona de breakout, que normalmente siempre pasa. No todo el tiempo, pero muchas ocasiones sí. Semanal nos pone un poco en la misma fotografía. Es lo que habíamos visto, ¿no? En la semanal, sí, acá. Los voy a llevar a la diaria para que vean. En la diaria también estamos en extremos. Podríamos irnos hasta los 22, justamente, que es la zona del 97%, pero definitivamente lo que estás buscando es consolidación. Parece que los 15 por ahora deberían aguantar. Los 15 podría ser tu zona importante para crear tu nuevo, porque recuerda, después de que creas un alto más alto, ¿qué tienes que crear? Un bajo más alto. La pregunta es ¿dónde? Primera zona de interés, los $15. Segunda zona de interés para mí, los $12. Los 11.47 es la que sería. ¿Es esta o esta zona? Aquí es donde podrías venir a hacer un alto más alto, un bajo más alto, que te ayude a ir para acá, que hagas esto y continúe. No hay nada que nos diga bajista, tabla se ve alcista de a madre, QBTS, quien los viera, pero es una compañía de chips, entonces, ¿qué te puedes esperar de ellos? Vámonos con lo que tiene Alex, vamos a Sofía, güey, es SoFi, ok, vamos a SoFi y vamos a ver qué hay por allá.
Nice. So yeah, I'm looking at SoFi specifically on the daily and the 2 day. To me, that's looking like a interesting area because yeah, we are bullish in the sense that we are, holding the 21 here on the 2 day, but I'm not really liking the view of this overall. And for me to feel more comfortable saying, yeah, we're going to go up and test that 1394 area again, and maybe even break it this time would be, really seeing at very minimum 12 hours back above 1330. For me, that's a big spot, especially when we go to the 12 hour. You're seeing here the 12 hour did a nice reclaim, open down. Now we're moving up. We're catching resistance at the 12-hour 21. One thing though I want to just point out is, SoFi does like to trail that 12-hour 9. So for me, if we can actually get back above 1330, yeah, the 12-hour just reclaimed the 9, and that should give us at least good confidence to say 1390s could be next up. Until then, though, we're kind of in no man's land here. And I drew this meme line just to kind of represent the overall breakdown and the resistance we're catching here. And so that's why we just want to be really kind of cautious and defensive here. I don't think we should be scaling longs or shorts in the zone until you at least test that 12-hour 9. There you'll at least either get a rejection down or a reclaim. And then so when we go to the weekly here, now the more higher time frames, it kind of does, paint a better picture. We do see here, we are kind of at the edge now. The weekly 9 is a big spot for any chart. Luckily for us now, what we're seeing is, the 21, the 9, and the 34 are all right around the same spot. Overall, too, the weeklies in a breakdown posturing today. So you want to watch carefully to see if we actually take out the low, specifically right around 1280, and if we lose that, does SoFi lose the weekly 9? Generally, in super bullish environments, this has to hold the weekly 9, or we're going to get that chop or downside move. And for me, if we do start breaking down from here, which would be, let me show that.
Where's your weekly 9?
Yeah, weekly 9 right now is at 1282.
Oh, wow. So it's right by where the EMA 100 is right now on the retest. On the
Yeah,
daily.
so yeah, exactly. So, you're getting just a high, confluence area essentially in all time frames mixed in, which is a simple meme line showing that. So that's why I like using, we can use the 12-hour, the daily, and the 2 day to really show that. Because you're right, if the daily starts really rejecting here and coming down, yeah, that's why bears want to see an under $12.80 close 2 day on SoFi. Very well still could happen. 4 hours and 27 minutes. Markets are starting to get a little dicey. It very well could happen. But as just the chart stands, it is looking somewhat weaker to me. Questionably weak. Now, that's why for me, the line in the sand where we can start longing this is using that 12-hour EMA 9, which even going to the daily, luckily for us, it's right around the same spot. So, if you start getting dailies back above 1330 or even 12 hours around that zone, that should be good confluence to say, yeah, this grinded out a bottom. It reclaimed a daily EMA 100. It opened, down. So we got to really not get resistance at this 21. But if we just overall hold this zone here, which again is viewed as the weekly 9 holding, yeah, we should at very minimum push up. I think you should be waiting for at least, very minimum 1330 or a daily closure below 1280. Playing within this zone here is going to just chop you out, in my opinion, because you very well could do this and you're longing and you're happy, then you reject, or you actually can reclaim it and then you long here and you get the easy trigger up to 1390, or this does just roll over at the 21 and then you close below the EMA 100, leading to a bad weekly close into next week. You go down to that $11.73. Bull trades are easy if you just sit on your hands and wait, in my opinion, because even the 2 day here is showing that as well. I mean, you're at the 2 day 9, you just lost it. You've now put in the bearish retest, 4 hours to go. So this is overall telling me you're going to see somewhat of volatility here into close. That's kind of what the daily and the 2 day are telling me, because it's just at such an interesting point. It's not going to stay under here, but supported here forever. So that's why into today's close, maybe into next week, this is going to get, you're going to see the move. And that's why it's better to just sit on your hands and wait. 1330 is the spot you need reclaimed. Makes sense. It takes out this 2-day, wick high rejection. Overall gets us back within this meme line trend, essentially, while then also reclaiming the 12-hour 9. Or this just rolls over and then you lose the daily EMA 100, which then leads to the weekly 9 getting lost. So again, that's why it's just better just to wait. But if you do start seeing this weekly 9 get lost, that'll be great confluence. You'll be then gauging this $13 as resistance. And the next logical objective for me will, firstly be $11.70. Bulls will be looking at that as the throwback. You're just within a range here, potentially. But if you start losing this zone, this will be the start of a bigger breakdown. We will have a target to the EMA 100, just simply being under the weekly EMA 34. I will say that, but if we end up going and testing that, you have to be really cautious of that not holding and then making a move all the way down to $10. There you should see some kind of reaction, in my opinion. $10 is a big spot for SoFi. And that's it. I mean, some hopium here I can see potentially is, if it does end up breaking down here and coming down to here, you could argue maybe inverse head and shoulders on the weekly. But it's just all fairy dust until it actually happens, honestly. For me, it's just in a precarious spot. We have the levels 1330 daily closures. You can use the 12-hour if you get reclaims above there. That's your long trigger. Then you have an easy point of where you're wrong. This level should hold. This 12-hour 9 should hold, and you should make your move up to 1390. You reclaim that and actually hold it, because what you're noticing is SoFi is going up to that 1390, $14 region, at least in this range, and it's not holding. We had this massive deviation down, bearish retest to new lows. Then we've moved up. We rejected it once, and then we came up. SFP rejected it. So that's why this zone here at 1390 is going to be extremely important if you are a SoFi bull. Reclaim this, you're going to see a major move up. This is going to take this to all the way up to potentially all the way to $17-18. That's just how this range has worked, and so I don't see why it wouldn't this time.
And you have that inverse head and shoulders, massive right there. So from your meme line to the bottom of that. So where you're saying it just can't get past that, where that meme line, the gray one on top, where you have like your joint, that one to the bottom. So that's the measure move, like to all the way where you touched on the $8. And then, just like you said, it should take you to the 1789. Just by looking at it.
Or the $10 if it fails.
That's right.
And then you could then shift to the weekly and then, look at that as the left, the head, and then maybe the right shoulder fills in here. Dirty one, but still could play out potentially on the higher time frame if the daily doesn't work. But for me, this is a pretty easy trade. It's pretty straightforward, and it just mainly depends on you sitting on your hands. This is either going to bounce here, and you're going to get confirmation of that if like the daily and the 12-hour reclaim the 9, or this is just going to really maybe start losing even the weekly 9 today. 4 hours is still quite a while. And if this does, end up going 20 cents, 30 cents lower, it'll be very at risk of losing that weekly 9. Losing this overall meme line on the weekly close, and then also the daily losing the EMA 100. At that point, everything's pointing to down. But until that happens, you're just better off waiting and sitting on your hands. Because I do believe if you end up reclaiming that daily 9, you're going to make a pretty fast move up to that 1390s. And then I do think that that's going to actually get reclaimed this time. Now, we'll have to actually get confirmation of that. For me, it'll just look literally like this. Just need that to hold. You'll need the EMA 9 on the daily to push up and actually match where price is. Once that does occur, you'll probably expand. But as long as you're not deviating, right, and losing it, that's bullish. And then you'll have a measured move all the way up to 1780, which, let's see, from that point, That's a big move. 28%. That's insane. Damn. But I mean, it's just worked out, right? I mean, it reclaimed it here. It held it. You literally just moved up. Okay, yeah, missed it by a few cents, but still went up to 17. Came all the way down, held it again, shot up, straight up to 18 bucks. Came down, and then this is where everything just kind of fizzled out. It's when you've lost this zone. That's why this is the big zone for me. You know, bears know that that's going to squeeze up if you start reclaiming it. Lots of stops are here. People shorted this. So, you know, I'd expect at least some kind of battle around that 1390s. Now, last, let me check the monthly here. I didn't check that. Yeah, monthly's okay. 7 days. So again, it's just showing kind of the tricky spot here, because this monthly has potential to turn ugly. This gives me confidence that, yeah, within like today's close into next week, you're gonna see something, you know, and that's either this monthly's gonna flip, you know, red, and bears are gonna try to lose the monthly 9. This was just, you know, more of a bull trap, or you know, this is gonna hold the monthly 9. This is gonna start filling out more, and you're gonna basically avoid putting in a massive evening star here. So, you know, that's either then that's going to hold up, you're going to push up to that daily 9 and maybe reclaim it, or yeah, the weekly and into today's close, this is going to start moving down more, rejecting that 21 here, and moving below 1280. That'll be really bad for this short if that occurs. Any daily closures essentially under May 21st low, yeah, that'll really be bad. So up or down, boys, just wait on your hands. The easy trade is just basically just waiting on your hands and seeing where this goes, because you know, you're reclaiming this, but you know, you also are finding resistance up here. There's just lots of chop in this zone. Take the easy trade, wait for at very minimum this 12-hour 9 to get reclaimed. You know, that at least could give you a trade up like almost 5%. Fairly easy too. You just like hold that, stop down here, 12 hours starts losing the 9, cut the trade early. It's no big deal. So yeah, that's all I see on SoFi.
Thank you, senor. Much appreciated. Now, next we have Celsius, and then afterwards FMX.
I can do Celsius.
Sounds good. FMX. No idea what it is, but I'm sure we've looked at it. Let me just start with this. Have you guys looked at Oklo lately?
I have a chart on both, so it's really whatever you want, Farhan. Oklo. Oh wow,
just a little 30% pump today. Not bad.
Jeez.
On the daily.
Right on the beam line too.
Just Oklo is another one of those that's pretty simple and just ranges perfectly in its levels. So this is crazy.
What do they do?
Altcoin is the nuclear powered devices from Sam Altman.
Oh, okay. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, not fucking bad at all. Either way, going back to SoFi. Here we are. Thank you, Alex. That was great.
No worries.
Vamos a ver, SoFi está bastante fácil. Solamente déjenme lo checo en la mensual rápidamente para poner esta.
Para ponerles 8 de la mañana la fotografía enfrente de todas en la mesa.
Ok, interesante. SoFi definitivamente va a ir a los $23. La pregunta es ¿cuándo y qué tan rápido? Pueden ver por acá que lo que simplemente tenemos es estos bajos que ha aguantado todo el tiempo, en bajos más altos, acompañado de altos más altos. Obviamente tenemos que destruir esta estructura por acá para poder llevarnos todavía más. Y una vez que lo hagamos, nos trae un tipo de patrón familiar que hemos visto últimamente salir, y eso sería hasta dónde podría llegar SoFi una vez que tenga este breakout. No estoy diciendo que lo va a hacer instantáneamente, pero estamos hablando de los $43. Nada mal. En la mensual, déjenme pongo el HPDR a ver si funciona. Sí, honestamente lo agarró bien acá, perfecto. Estamos justamente haciendo la gatada en el 38%. La parte más exactamente, ¿dónde va a estar la oportunidad de rebote más épica de todas para entrar? En los $11. 11 a 11.30. Ok. De no aguantar los 11, 11.30 es donde yo me saldría de este trade. porque irías a buscar mínimo los 8 y si no, tal vez un breakdown, pero no tiene cara de. Vamos a la de 2 semanas.
Dos semanas.
Perdón. 2 semanas estamos cayendo en la parte baja de la zona azul. Habíamos tenido el primer rechazo de la media por un front run y luego ahora la estamos intentando buscar una vez más y rechazo, pero nos está aguantando el 5, que es lo que queremos recuperar si somos alcistas, los 13.37, que es justamente donde está la zona azul. Una vez que entremos ahí, $15 serían el siguiente objetivo y de ahí la parte alta de la zona azul, que son $18.70.
Semanal.
En la semanal, volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos da ningún setup tranquilo, facilito de tomar. Vemos que necesitamos chopear porque estamos hasta arriba en esto, en el 88.3%. Después de haber llegado a extremos aquí abajo, en estos precios en los $9, lo que me dice, viendo al HPDR así, que muy probablemente no vayamos a regresar a esa zona. La oportunidad se va a presentar alrededor de esta línea meme, si es que se llega a dar, y de fallar. Ok, interesante. La diaria a mí me lo cuenta todo más fácil que nada. Y ahí les va el porqué. En la diaria viendo SoFi podemos ver varias cosas. Uno, vamos a ver solamente estructuras sin todas las líneas para que no se me mareen. Fácil, ¿ok? ¿Qué tenemos por acá? Vamos a ver. Ahí está. Uno, tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro, hasta acá, ¿no? Es lo que diríamos, más o menos. Lo puedes redondear, puedes hacer lo que quieras, pero esta estructura debería de aguantar. Ahora, estás viendo que estos mínimos están aguantando por acá, lo que también tiene confluencia con esto. ¿Qué pasa si reventamos a la alza? Estás hablando de ir a los $18. Esta zona, como lo pueden ver, cada vez que pasamos esta zona, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Tope. ¿Qué pasa cuando venimos a esta zona y la perdemos? Nos vamos a la mierda, tíos. Entonces, ¿qué nos quiere decir eso? Esta es una de esas zonas donde una vez que pases los 14, los 13.90, los $14, una vez que estés por encima de los $14 y te lleves este máximo en 14.80, los 18 siguen. Y de ahí de los 18 ya te pones en esa situación, no sé por qué continúa siendo tesitura. Quien me haya dicho tesitura, váyase a no es cierto. Una vez pasando los 18, ya nos va a poner en la posibilidad de ir a buscar esos 23 y de ahí obviamente un super pompazo. Por ahora lo que tiene cara es que está chopeando. Este chopeo y lo que yo agarraría en este chopeo es esto. Yo esperaría que aquí se encuentre nuestro tope y ahorita lo van a ver por qué. Digo, nuestro fondillo. No fundillo, fondillo. La razón por la que me gusta esta línea, que podría ser el 61.8%, igual y ya lo retestó en los 12.69, o máximo por acá en la zona de los 12.44, es lo que yo veo como la oportunidad grande. Si es que esto es alcista. ¿Por qué? Porque esto te da una oportunidad de entrada con una invalidación sencilla, justamente con este mínimo. Si te llevas los 12.08 para abajo, eso querría decir que vas a probablemente buscar otro mínimo por esta zona en los 10 y no valdría la pena holdear eso con cojones para nada. Ahora, SoFi tiene que consolidar y de acá muy probablemente es donde nos lleve a buscar esto en la parte alta. Si lo queremos ver sencillo y quitando esto, así de fácil. Tienes un trade bastante sencillo para buscar los $18. Lo único que tienes que hacer es montarte encima del promedio de los 9 por acá. Esa sería tu entrada temprana para ir a buscar literalmente consolidación por acá y después un breakout. Ahora, si te cagas y existe la posibilidad de que esto consolide, haga esto y caiga por acá a los 12.40, esta sería la entrada más ideal de todas. ¿Te la va a dar? ¿Quién sabe? Y tu invalidación está justamente donde está esta línea. Esto es lo voy a dejar así porque es lo que creo que va a pasar. Yo le daría más agencia a esto. Pierdes los 12.21, el S&P 200 diario para abajo. ¿Ok? Escenario bajista, escenario alcista. Ahorita lo mejor que puedes hacer es simplemente esperarte. Puedes tener tu entrada por acá en los 12.40 y poner tu invalidación en los 12.08. No te va a quitar nada de porcentaje en spot, porque esto lo vas a comprar en spot, no lo vas a comprar en leverage. No creo que tengamos SoFi en BTCC. Y abajo de esto simplemente te sales del trade y luego vuelves a entrar con con otra entrada diferente. Pero por ahora esto es lo que me dice que va para arriba y tiene cara de, solo necesita más consolidación antes de poder continuar. Y esta zona, una vez rotos los $14, esto va a tener aire limpio para irse hasta el cielo. Ok, what is next? Celsius or DMX or?
I think Alex was being Celsius. Mine was
Yeah, but
the multiple
okay, so you're
FMX.
doing 1 second.
FMX.
Is it
F
FMX?
my, I believe it was because I made that blogger
Yeah.
joke. F
My Xenu.
Is that what Gen Alpha is calling themselves now?
I don't know what that is. Xenu is a character from South Park, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it's from Xenu. Isn't he the guy in Scientology? Lord Xenu?
I don't know anything about Scientology other than Tom Cruise.
I sadly know a lot of things about Scientology, which is very odd because I could not give a fuck. No, Fomento
Careful,
Económico
they're gonna sue
Mexicano.
you.
Oh, I'm not touching it, dude. They're great. Actually, if I could be a Scientologist, that'd be my dream. I love those guys.
That's what well, me too. I definitely do not want to be destroyed in a lawsuit by them ever. Please, I will never do anything to harm you.
Me either. I love
You
you
guys are
guys.
the best.
Absolutely. Gonna run to the bathroom again. Pay my dues. See you
You
guys.
don't want to you don't want to bother these guys. They got unlimited funds behind them, and they will destroy you in court. On the quarterly, we're getting momentum flipping back up on FMX, getting back out of the bearish control zone, very close to getting to the moving average. Moving average lines right up at the neutral zone on the momentum. Volatility is contracting, telling you you're likely putting in a higher low on this move to the downside, which as in this moment you have put in a higher low, and you've reclaimed the 21 EMA, getting back over the 9 EMA. Haven't quite closed over there just yet. If closing over there would be one more step back up to getting back to our current all-time highs. One more, the confluence I want to see along with the reclaiming the 9 EMA is closing over this 38.2%. And then that'll take us at the very least up to this median around 122, but likely you're going to go to this top 38.2% based on how low the volatility is coming from, probably somewhere around that 150 area, which is ever so slightly new all-time highs. Monthly is now flipping back up as well on momentum, getting to the reset zone. Volatility is coming from 0%. And the jewel is now giving you a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Let's mark that off. They should be pretty respectable. And that'll be the last one. We're going all the way back to 2014. About 10%, double digits. $19.65. $47. Well, 65. Need to be about 11, closer to that 10% number. Then 65. 65 will come up twice now. So it's about 10. So far about 15. So let's take it to 65. Or just do about 40 first. About 40 brings us to the 88.3%, right around $132. Right at the breakdown zone before we started, where we got our bearish retest and broke down. And then about 65 brings us to about $150-ish. Very interesting. That was the top 38.2%. Oh Lord. 2 week is now flipped down on momentum and also volatility, telling you're likely putting in a higher low, which right now is looking like the higher low is put in. And let's zoom in a little bit. Kind of looks like you're about to get a fresh, yep, looks like you're about to get a fresh silver cross to the upside. Two maximum more candle closures, this will confirm. And this is just going to be a nice retest of this silver cross before you get some nice busting action. You're also going to get a nice signal on the jewel as well with the pink crossing above the yellow. Weekly should have already done it. Weekly is also about to give you a silver cross, but weekly hasn't quite done it yet either. Maybe 2 or 3 more weekly closures maximum before this does confirm. Like it lines up with this thing that closed over 38.2% as well. Likely just a nice busting action. Weekly momentum is flipping back up, getting back into the bullish control zone. Volatility is expanding from about like 10%. Now the jewel is losing its sell signal. 5 days even closer to confirming that silver cross. 2 candle closures max before that confirms. Likely gonna get some busting action from there. Lines up with this nice little retest of this 5 EMA, and the 5 is still holding. Usually in the bullish trends, the 5 likes to hold. Well, the jewel is now flipping into a buy signal from the neutral. Today's well, as well flipping into the bullish control zone on momentum. What did I push? Uh-oh. How do I exit this? There we go. With volatility expansion, and the 2 days also giving you a buy signal on the jewel, fresh buy signal. Getting a nice little retest of this 5 EMA. If we just see a little move lower, sweep these lows, probably somewhere around this 9 and this 38.2%, right around $104. Do expect that a low to be put in here if we do continue down, and then I expect a nice move up from there to test this 200 again. Daily is flipped down as well, momentum and volatility. Very probable that the low is already put in, considering we came all the way down to this 38.2%, and we are getting a nice reaction. Confirmation of this low for me will be a close over this high, which is about 107.27. Can get a close over this high, likely can go to all-time highs then. Four hours now approaching the bearish control zone on momentum. Volatility is still contracting, and 4 hours giving you a sell signal on the jewel. But if you notice, momentum is now dropped below all of these levels here. Well, price is making a higher low, meaning if we can continue to hold this 38.2% on the 4 hour, which we're freshly back into, this nice deviation of the 38.2%, it's going to give us hidden bullish divergence, which then is going to take us to all-time highs. Quarterly is about to put in a fresh drive of hitting a regular bullish divergence, lines up with the momentum and jewel setups. And we will confirm as long as you can close over about $100.95. That's going to give us a minimum target of hitting the bullish control zone, which is currently at about $120. And then the next level is the critical zone, which will update. That's sitting at 277. 6 months is about to invalidate. It's a regular bearish divergence, and it will invalidate if you close above 118. So that bullish divergence will invalidate the 6 month bearish divergence. Will it put in any hidden bullish? No. Monthly is putting in some nice hidden bullish divergence. We broke below this low here, while price making a higher low. It will confirm. Well, it looks like it's already confirmed, and that gives us a target of hitting this simple moving average at about 112. The next level is the neutral zone at 130, and that was, I believe, 130. It's very close to that bullish control zone. Today is about to put in the first drive of bearish divergence. It will confirm as long as you close today below about 106.57. That will give you a target of hitting simple moving average first, about 105. And then your next level is the neutral zone, which is at about 100. Somewhere about 100 to 105 is also our HPDR targets of some short-term pullbacks. Momentum. Fomento Económico Mexicano SAB DCV. It's a mouthful. 6-month momentum is still pointed strongly to the upside with volatility expansion, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be pointed up above 91.43. 6-month hidden bullish divergence is quite powerful. So if we can get some solid closures over this $110.60 area, simply looking for somewhere around 170. I'd want 3 solid closures over 78.60. I mean 78.6%, which is about, let's say, $111 to be safe. It's also closing over these previous closing highs. Quarterly is currently flipped to the downside. However, the projection is on this next open is going to be right around the edge of the bearish control zone, which from there the pivot likely does go down. But right now it's at 130, 134. Monthly's already flipped to the upside with a nice derp of life, and it's going to be flipped up above 82.60. Last time we had a derp of life, we got some nice busting action. Over here, we got some nice busting action, which this was smaller, but we still got a nice move up of 67%. This one was 85%. Another derp of life. Oh, we don't have any other derps of life. So we as well as position to the upside above 98.70. Seems like that $100 area is very significant. Weekly is also freshly positioned to the upside. Volatility is now almost fully reset to the critical, the extreme lows, and it's going to be pointed up above 106.35. 10 cents above that area. 5 days freshly flipped up, going to be up as long as you're closing over 107.03. Currently below that. Got 5 days left to go though. 2 days currently freshly pointed up as well, as long as you're closing over 105.41. Daily is positioned to the upside with volatility expansion as long as you're over 103.92. Four hours currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to be down below 108.50. Switch back up. So the higher time frames on this thing always remain bullish, never really flipped down. The only time it flipped down on momentum was when we had this several years of sideways and down, which ever since then we have been flipped up and we have confirmed hidden bullish divergence on flipping up. That would give you a target of hitting that as long as you can get 6-month closures, which is 18 months over about $111, you should be hitting somewhere around $170, especially with that hidden bullish divergence. Literally every single time frame down to the daily is currently positioned to the upside. The only one that's down is the 4-hour, which is giving us those HPDR targets of hitting somewhere around $105 to $100. Lines up with our RSI targets as well. It's very, very likely you are going to put in a bottom in that area and then try for somewhere around $120 to $130. If you can get a daily close over $130, that's what gives you your probability that you're going to approach somewhere around that $170 area, which is our Fibonacci target from the macro. On the invalidation for all of this is getting any daily closure below about $98. If you get a daily closure about below $98, probably going to retest these big lows somewhere around the $80 area, and that at that point probably going to break, and you're going to come down to make a ever so slightly higher low somewhere around this area here. I'm saying higher low because I'm still giving it to the bulls in the macro because the momentum is still pointed up, but there's definitely a possibility that you're going to break these and just go to zero. I mean, possibilities there on any asset, but I'm leaning towards short-term pullbacks to 105, 100, maybe slightly below 100. But then from there, I would expect to move into 120s to 130s.
Very, very nice, sir. Thank you so much. Motherfucking FMX.
Yeah, F your X.
No, exactly. Fuck my ex. Right? That's what it is. Finally. There you go. It's a little bit of a Cardano different type of asset.
The executive chair.
Exactly. Thank you, señor. All righty. Vale, ya lo están viendo. Aquí tenemos FMX. Para no hacerse las cansadas, esto está bastante fácil. Voy a poner un gráfico trimestral porque es bastante grande los rangos que está jugando. Lo pueden ver acá, pero está en una tendencia claramente alcista dentro de todo esto también. La oportunidad grande fue acá, justamente en el 55, en los 82, y ahora continuamos para arriba, estando en postura bastante alcista. Rompiendo la zona de fricción. La zona de fricción está en los 98.28 y ahora va para arriba. Esto nos debería dar un movimiento a los 117. De poder romper esa zona, nos vamos a ir literalmente, de acuerdo a todos los stats de momentum que tenemos, volatilidad, etcétera, deberíamos de ir hasta los 150, 170. Esos son los objetivos que tendríamos en esto. Ahora, lo estás viendo en la trimestral, vámonos a la mensual. Mensual un poco de lo mismo, lo pueden ver justamente acá. La mensual, nuestro 9.21, todo está justamente acá, en los $100, que es donde está esta línea meme. Parece que ya venimos a hacer el retesteo. Este pudo ser el retesteo y esto debería de continuar llevándonos para arriba. Si perdiste esa entrada, podrías entrar un poco tarde ahora, pero tal vez... No se está cansando para nada este tipo de movimiento por el momento. Estamos por encima de la media. Estando por encima de la media en la zona azul nos debería llevar a la parte alta en los 115, que es básicamente esta línea meme, los 117. Y normalmente paran en el 61.8% en los 122. Vámonos a la semanal. Semanal, volatilidad contrayendo, está llegando a uno de los puntos bajos de la tabla, efectivamente, y con esta volatilidad contrayendo también puedes ver por qué esta zona es tan importante. Tenemos la media justamente acá. No deberíamos de romper los $100 en este retesteo, en esta consolidación. De romperlos, eso es lo que si nos cargamos esta zona, yo diría que vamos para abajo y ahí tu próximo objetivo a barrer serían los 91 y si te los llevas, va mucho más para abajo. Pero simplemente viendo cómo está todo postulado en este momento en la semanal, esto tiene cara de que va a aguantar, consolidar por acá y continuar a la parte alta del HPDR en el 88.3%, por ahí de los 115. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria se ve igualito. No está cansado. Esta es una buena consolidación. Tiene excelente momentum todo detrás, alcista. Estamos justamente retestando el promedio del 9, que es textbook para entrar. Esas son tus entradas. Una vez más, 112 es donde está la media. Y abajo esta zona pierdes tu diario EMA 100 y tal vez hasta el 200. Por lo que, si volteamos a ver esto de forma sencilla, podemos ver que está haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos sin parar. Y solamente para continuar, esto tiene que hacer, después de hacer este alto, y les voy a poner rápido esto para que lo puedan ver bien. Para continuar, porque ahorita este alto es más alto que este y este, pero hicimos este bajo, vas a buscar hacer un bajo. La pregunta es, ¿ya lo tienes aquí? ¿Va a ser acá o va a ser hasta acá sin llevarte este? Si te llegas a llevar los 98 para abajo, ahí es donde se cocinó todo. Pero si los puedes aguantar y aguantas en esta zona, todo esto podría ser simplemente un bajo más alto para después hacer esto. Así que aquí sería cosa de simplemente ser paciente y encontrar esas entradas. Podrías hacerlo aquí y podrías cortarlo, porque de todas maneras, de 105 a 100, estás hablando de un 5%. Esa sería tu invalidación grande. Aquí es donde tienes que pensar qué es lo que vas a hacer, porque esto para abajo, pero siempre y cuando aguantes por arriba de esta zona, deberías de irte a los 117 y eventualmente hasta los 120, 130, y de poder aguantar la siguiente zona, un segundo, te empieza a poner ya objetivos mucho más altos. Y esto, pues, es bastante obvio. Se ve alcista, muy alcista todavía, y me atrevería a decirte que podrías hacer un pedo así y ver si esto aguanta tal cual. Ahí está. Aquí es donde yo esperaría que venga el siguiente, por ahí de los 100 exactamente dólares. Ahí lo tienen. FMX se ve bastante bien. Vamos a ver Celsius. Let's see the drinks for the fatties.
Yes. And quotation marks, healthy drinks.
Exactly.
Let's take a look here. What do we have? Okay. So Celsius to me is somewhat concerning because the daily is in a downtrend, and you're now just in the process of breaking away from the 34, moving to the 100. The hopium now is that support is holding, and that is strong hopium. I mean, overall, what you're seeing is a lot of damage done on the moving average sides, while a lot of the meme lines are still holding. To me, I mean, it's all questionable price action. There's no reason to be bullish on this chart right here. Yes, you're at support, but this very easily could reject this 34 and start moving down. There's no reason to be bullish until you're at very minimum reclaiming the daily 9. That just generally is a safe criteria for when you're in environments like this. There's no reason to trade that rather than just play the daily 9. Play the 21 as well. That gives you more confidence than just kind of playing this chop zone, because what you don't want is like the 34 to then be flipped into resistance off a major move down, and then you just start rejecting off the moving averages, moving basically down, breaking down. And that is what could happen here, especially if you start losing 34.70. Could start dramatically moving this down. Like I said, at minimum, you go down to the EMA 100. That doesn't hold though. You're going to have a pretty aggressive drop down to 27.50. Pretty big range here. And that's why bulls are trying to defend this. But, so far, let's check the weekly. Yeah, I mean, even here, you can kind of just see the importance of the zone front running the weekly EMA 100. So, I mean, the weekly here, the daily, you're just going to need this to simply hold basically above 35.50. If you can do that, that'll then start, looking better for me. And then you can just basically make the argument of consolidation here while potentially volatility is moving down. That's the bullish case here. The bearish case is this starts really moving down, breaking down. That move down causes volatility to start contracting. You get that move down to the 21, which lines up nicely with the daily EMA 100, right around like 33, 33.20 to 33.60. What could that be from here? Okay, so like a cheeky almost 6% move down potentially. And that's right if you start losing support at 34.70, which to me it does seem likely. I mean, you're just in breakdown mode now. You're already lost to 34. You'd kind of gauge this to be the rejection spot. If you start going up today before close, you're watching the daily 9 to reject, which is basically the retest of the 38.2%. You see here daily volatility is still contracting, which really started that contraction when price started to move down. So if we are going to get, let's say, a volatility setup, you then expect price to keep going down. Which, granted, you're almost there. That could mean maybe you go down to the EMA 100, volatility resets fully. But still, I mean, it's just more in posturing of going down than up. And again, that's why it's just safer to wait for the daily 9 to get reclaimed. Basically, getting daily closures back above $37 before even thinking about longing this, in my opinion. Okay, so yeah, even weekly medians right here. Again, major weekly close incoming. Still has 3 hours and 46 minutes. So still a long time. And you're really granted not even getting a major reaction here. Very easily could move down a few cents and lose the weekly median and the weekly 9. To me, that'd be great confirmation that, most likely then this support's not going to hold into next week. And this meme line support's going to be basically what's going to trap bulls longing it, while everything else in the chart's telling you that, no, this is fairly weak. The only opium now is just simply, the median stays underpriced, the 9 holds, and you just simply consolidate here, causing consolidation, causing volatility, BBWP to reset. I'm not really seeing a case where this is going to move up to 40s, $41, this month, really. And the only reason I'm saying that is just simply because you just need volatility to be lower. Everything is just more in contracting phase. while now at major support. So luckily for us on this chart, you have the weekly, the daily, the 5-day. It's all telling you that this area is very important for Celsius. So that at least makes it easy because you'd be already gauging that just simply based on previous price action. So that at least makes it a little easier to identify. But I will say longs are scaling here. So, they're using a simply May 5th weekly low to hold, and they're just going to be scaling longs here. And that's why this point that we're at on the chart's very kind of important, because if you start really losing support here, falling under 34, this could just cause a cascade, basically long liquidation, fueling this move down to like the 2750 region. So daily's in a downtrend, weekly macros looking good. You just really need to start seeing and really watching closely how today closes across the board too. It seems like all the stock charts I viewed are kind of at very important weekly closures today. Look at even the medians right here. You lose this monthly median, you're going to have a move down to 2450. Now, this could easily move. Maybe it shifts up to like 27. But still, I mean, great confluence in the idea that, yeah, this zone that we're currently at has to hold. And if this starts really losing that $34 and like 70-cent region on dailies, and then, first 4 hours, 12 hours, dailies, 2 days, it's going to bleed into a bad monthly. Monthly loses that. Yeah, I really am not going to see much. Nothing but really air until this region at 27. You'll probably see that monthly EMA 100 move up, maybe around 2680, slightly up at least. It's at basically 26 now, 2595. Just gives you good confluence that if you do get that move down to like the 27, 26, should hold. I mean, ideally. See, what you get is a massive green dildo. You get slight consolidation. You make little highs. It gets everyone bullish here, and then you just fill this out going around here, not taking out this low, and then you move up. So for me, that's why it's just going to be important to really, not front run things on this chart, especially when you have a monthly closing in 7 days. It's really no point. 3 days kind of telling a different story versus like the higher time frames, and that is just, we're already rejecting down. It says 4 days to close, but the way this stands now, we haven't even hit the median and it's already rejecting. So if you do end up pushing up slightly here, this should catch resistance down. Hopium, is the meme line, but even so, you see right around that $33 region again. You have that 38.2%, EMA 34. Again, that just lines up nicely with the EMA 100 here. And then lastly, that weekly 21. So, lots of things telling me that like 3350, 3360 could be next. This is going to be an interesting zone for Celsius. I'd be very cautious here scaling longs. You need more data, and more data will come with the weekly and the monthly. When you have a monthly closing in 7 days, there's really no point to be aggressive front-running ideas because this very easily into today could lose support, lose the 9, lose the median, and then you're there caught with your pants down holding longs from the high 36s. It's really not worth it. Let's look now at the lower time frame. So the 12-hour here, it's at just like the daily 34. This is kind of the spot you'd expect to reject. The 4-hour getting a nice reaction off the EMA 100. For me, though, again, you're just seeing the zone right around high 36s as major resistance. So if you do end up pushing up from here, what was major support should be flipped as resistance, which it already is here. So, again, if you start moving up, that 3680 should be resistance. You'd already be gauging that, though, just simply on that 21. You've never retested it after this loss. So if you did, let's say, push up from here, you'd be looking for this to basically put in a bearish retest before rolling over. But also, unlike the lower time frames, you'd just be gauging another lower high around there. Because in my opinion, this basically broke the uptrend. Once you simply took out these lows here, this was the last major higher low before the higher high. You tried to hold it here, you pushed up, you lower high, and then you broke down. So if you end up coming around here, this will just be looked at as a lower high on the daily. So, it's in a very touchy spot, and that's why I'll just keep saying you need the daily to reclaim 37. You start reclaiming 37, great, can make an argument to maybe go up to 38s, 39s, and then see what happens there. But until then, this really could either roll over here, do this, and then do that, or it could just get that move up and make another lower high. Shorts have an easy invalidation, and then they get confirmation once you lose that 3470 region. 33 probably gives a reaction, so I'd just be cognizant of that. But as long as you're going to be under 3470, it's just going to be resistance, brewing a move down to 27. So that's all I have on Celsius. Yeah, so it's really not. It's looking questionably bullish, but the higher time frames are closing so soon that there's really no need to front run these. Let's just wait and see if it is bullish, and that'll be the weekly nines holding, the monthly nines holding. 3470 is consistently holding as support, and then the daily 34 gets reclaimed. If those three things can happen, I'll be more bullish. But until then, I don't think it's smart to be aggressively bullish while you're under all major moving averages. So.
And also, while you're a fat ass drinking this shit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I swear to God, I know you're very fit, and those headaches have nothing to do with the thing you're drinking at the gym. Thank you. And by the way, it's the power of meme lines, right? Because it's meme line resistance right here, from this one. That's exactly where we at with the 34 and the daily.
And those are my favorite when you get that, like, when you get like on your chart, that perfectly corresponding. That's why I canceled the Bitcoin long. I mean, less than 30 minutes ago, I canceled that Bitcoin long because the 8-hour lost the 9, lost the meme line, lost the median. Generally, that's pretty powerful. So that's why I'm not like trying to be bullish on Celsius when we're literally at major resistance. Let's just see how the daily, the weekly, and the monthly close. Because into, what is it, June? Yeah, we'll have a lot more data to at least know. We'll know where the monthly median is. We'll know if the weekly's lost a 9. If you're just aggressively scaling before the closures, you're probably going to get hurt.
Yeah, and also scary that on the weekly, you're kind of just really retesting the SMA 200 and kind of reject it.
On the weekly, do I have that on my chart? I should. No, I didn't have that on my chart. Jeez. Let me check that, because that's actually majorly important. If so, you saw on the weekly?
Yeah, right here. That's the SMA 200.
Let me go. Oh, gosh. Yeah, because that's actually really important then, because, it's like, gosh, where is it? Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's very bearish. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Wow. And what you're noticing with that SMA 200 is since you lost in September of 2024, it's basically been massive resistance, as it should. The first tap led to a major rejection down, basically leading to over 10% move. This one has already done that on a wick basis. So I mean, just this week alone, you've gone down 10% on a wick basis. So yeah, I mean, that's why this makes me then even more cautious, and 3470 absolutely needs to hold, because what you don't want is that to get lost, then you really start breaking down, because the only hopium now is exactly what I said. Bulls need consolidation here. They need the weekly 9 to hold. They need 3470 to hold. Consolidation could mean volatility is resetting, and then they can get another shot at hitting that SMA 200. The more times we hit it, the weaker it gets. But then it's like you see right there on the weekly of that EMA 100. I thought we were front running that, but I didn't have the SMA 200 on. I don't know.
Well,
I see basically
on the 2 week, your EMA 100 is also being rejected.
Yeah,
like this could be an SFP right here.
Oh yeah, you're freshly about to lose it. Maybe it rallies back up to that 3660. That was an area I talked about right around where that daily 9 is. So maybe in the next week, maybe you lose this EMA 100 today. Maybe in the next week you rally off to 21. Then you bigly reject that 3660, leading to that 3470 SFP essentially. Definitely wouldn't surprise me now that I see that. And that would line up nicely with the daily actually hitting the 21. So yeah, good eye actually. I'm surprised my SMA 200 wasn't on.
I have all my stupid bullshit here. It's overcrowded, but hey, it gets me out of trouble here and there. Exactly. I just don't know what I'm looking at. That's the only problem. But if you're telling me, I'm good. So thank you. That was great. Celsius, damas y caballeros, la bebida para los gorditos del gimnasio. No, no es cierto, no se crean, ya adoro Celsius. No, no se crean tampoco. Podemos ver que desde que Celsius inició, que estoy seguro en 2007 tuvo su tope por ahí de los $24, solamente le tomó, desde el 2007 al 2021, solamente le tomó 14 años poder retomar este nivel. ¡Qué mamada! A Celsius, bien, vino y puso un bajo más alto después de estos bajos más alto, después de obviamente ir a altos históricos por acá. Altos históricos son 99.62, no llegó a los 100, maldito coctis. Y desde entonces hemos caído y estamos corrigiendo. Estamos preguntándonos, esta zona, si nos aguanta, nos debería llevar a la siguiente zona a romper, zona de interés potente para poder romper fuerte a la alza, y hasta me atrevería a quitar esta línea meme, es estúpida, no debería estar acá. Es que pinté. Ahí está. Esa línea meme no debería estar ahí, debería estar acá, y esta debería ser de otro color. Ok, da igual, de todas maneras, lo pueden ver. La pregunta del siglo, obviamente, la gente que está viendo esta tabla es, este fue el fondo local y ahora ya vamos a consolidar por acá y chido, nos va a ir perfecto, y justo como con el gimnasio vamos a seguir dándole y para arriba y a crear máximos históricos. Es la pregunta del siglo y es lo que vamos a responder en este en vivo y en directo. Vamos a la trimestral primero, y antes que nada, para poder entender una cosa, es bajista estar por debajo del promedio del 9 y debajo del 5. Eso es correcto y es justamente donde estamos parados en nuestra tabla trimestral. Justamente está creando un doji con nuestra línea meme en los $36, digamos 35.88. Está en los 30 y... ¿Es esta puta línea? Aquí, justamente, en los 35.88. Y esta línea es la que nos está deteniendo en este momento, pero al mismo tiempo ni para arriba ni para abajo. Ok, entonces, si estoy calificando esto en este momento, en este tipo de vista, necesito definitivamente estar por encima de 40 para poder considerarme alcista en este promedio del 9, y esta vela va a cerrar en 1 mes y 8 días. Todavía le queda tiempo. Vamos a ver una vez más la mensual. Mensual nos está rechazando el 21 y el 34. Estamos intentando ganar el promedio del 9, que está en los 35.14. Faltan literalmente 7 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela mensual. Si esta vela mensual llega a cerrar por debajo de 35.14, que está aquí, básicamente, que es nuestro promedio del 9, si llegas a cerrar por debajo de esto, muy probablemente vayas a buscar un nuevo mínimo, pero más bajo. O sea, en esta tendencia, esto es mínimo y esto es el máximo. ¿Y qué sigue después de eso? Buscar un mínimo. Se los voy a poner ahora sí que facilita para que lo vean. Lo pueden ver. Mínimo, máximo. Mínimo, máximo. Este es el mínimo. Ya en los 32 podría ser. Es lo que nos gustaría ver a todos los que somos alcistas en Celsius, si es que somos alcistas en Celsius. De no poder aguantar estos 32, y aquí es donde te pone bastante fácil la cosa. ¿Te quieres poner loco? Podrías entrar acá, se me hace bastante arriesgado. Personalmente no lo haría, pero tu invalidación de cualquier trade estaría aquí en los 32, 35. Si te llevas este mínimo, vas probablemente a buscar un mínimo más alto por esta zona, por donde viene el promedio del 100, más o menos por acá, y eso te salva de este mínimo. Vamos a ver cómo se ve volatilidad y el HPDR. Un segundo, que no lo vimos en la trimestral. HPDR, ¿dónde estamos? En la parte baja de la zona azul. La zona azul está aquí arriba. Esto quiere decir que deberíamos de poder ir a buscar estos $52 siempre y cuando pasemos, ¡tarán!, los $40, damas y caballeros. Mensual nos pone, estamos por encima de la media de poder aguantar y poder romper esta resistencia que tuvo la vela. Deberíamos ir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 44, en los $43 con 98 centavos, y de ahí dar continuación a los 56, 57, que es la siguiente resistencia en las líneas memes. Pero de perder justamente los $34, estás hablando de ir a buscar justamente los 24.32, que te da la idea de que esto podría caer justamente ahí. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana. aquí en la de 2 semanas se ha rechazado el promedio del 55, el 34. Venimos para abajo y nos estamos apoyando en el 21. Tiene que aguantar este 21 en los 35. De no aguantar, vamos a ir a testear la zona, el promedio del 9 en el 61.8% en los 33. Y de no aguantar, nos vamos a llevar este mínimo. Y justamente hablando, $27 volverían a aparecer. Y pueden ver que nuestra media en la de 2 semanas se encuentra justo con el S&P 200 en los $22. Este podría ser un alto más bajo, pero sucio, porque puede venir hasta acá. Te daría la idea de que se va a caer todo y esto sería tu invalidación. Personalmente, si estoy metiéndome en esta acción, yo me esperaría a ver si va a haber una entrada acá. No te quieres perder la fiesta, no te preocupes. De todas maneras, si llegas a recuperar los 40, estás hablando de un movimiento a los 57 y ese movimiento a los 57 vas a checar con que consolide y continúe, te debería llevar a buscar los $75. Y ahí, pues, ahí es ya una lana gigantesca ahorita estando en 35, ese sería un 2X sobre tu dinero. Semanal nos está rechazando el S&P 200 justamente acá. Estamos por encima de la media, pero la media está justamente aquí abajito, en los 35.45, estamos en 35.91 en este momento. De perder esta media, estamos hablando de ir a los 31, y una vez más, eso activa nuestra teoría de lo que estamos diciendo, de que sería un bajo más alto. Al igual que el EMA 100, que fue tapeado justamente acá con este mínimo, deberíamos de poder aguantarlo en esta zona. De no hacerlo y llevarnos este mínimo, vamos a ir a buscar la parte baja de esta línea meme o tal vez más abajo. Puesto sencillo para todos ustedes. No sé qué fue lo que acabo de prender. Perdón. Claramente estamos creando bajos más altos, bajos más altos. La cosa es, ya paró acá el tren, porque normalmente también cuando ves este tipo de acción, esto podría ser una divergencia bajista. Vamos a ver, es fácil de validar e invalidar este movimiento, ¿ok? ¿A qué me refiero? Tus mínimos diarios acá en los 34.77, si te los llegas a llevar, vas a ir a buscar los 32. Y si te llegas a llevar los 32 por alguna razón, que espero que no, me imagino que los 33 deberían de aguantar, vas para abajo. Pero si aguantas donde estamos en este momento, justo acá, y puedes cerrar arriba de $37, 37, que es lo que tenía yo dibujado en esta tabla antes, ahora entiendo el por qué. Si estás encima del 37, vas a poder fácilmente treparte al movimiento ya de expansión. Eso es si te esperas al 37. Si ahorita haces el front run, vas a querer hacer tu invalidación acá. Estás un poco en medio del rango, por lo que no lo recomendaría. Y además, esta simplemente es la primera. Si llegas a tener esta invalidación, te va a dar mejores oportunidades aquí abajo, donde personalmente se vería bastante interesante. Por ahora, lo único que tienes que hacer es esperar al cierre mensual, viendo el gráfico mensual, como dice Alex, asegurarte que cierres por encima del promedio del 9, que está en los 35.13, faltan 7 días y 4 horas. De poder lograr eso, estaríamos más seguros de que vamos a dar continuación a la alza, y esto simplemente fue el mínimo, el siguiente bajo más alto, y ahora vamos a buscar un nuevo alto más alto por acá. Y necesita consolidación esta chingadera, damas y caballeros. Alrighty, boys, what's next?
I do not remember what the next one is.
No, I don't think I told you, boys. MPW and Tesla.
Okay, Tesla. Sorry, sir.
What the fuck is MPW? Medical Properties.
I called dibs.
Good job. Medical Properties still fucking struggling.
Okay, I guess it's time for another COVID. Chop, chop, Mr. Fauci.
Who's going to share their chart?
Oh, I didn't share. I'm retarded.
What does that have to do with the chart?
I was going. I understood it this time. Progress. I understood. Only the second time around. All right, so we'll start with Tesla on the quarterly. So quarterly is still regaining this 38.2% after getting a nice deviation all the way down to the 21 EMA and 61.8%. 21 EMA is where Tesla likes to find its macro bottoms with deviations of it. We did it this time around in 2022. We did it this time around in 2024. And as of right now, this is a similar move as we got each one of these macro bottoms. And if you want to put like a little bit of a trend line right here, we do have kind of like a trend line regression between all of these bottoms. If we claim this 38.2%, but we're below this median, likely what's going to happen is this median is going to move down, and on this next open, we probably open above the median and use the median to spring into the 38.2%. If the median stays up, what's more likely to happen at that point then is we're going to get a retest of this bottom 38.2%, and then from there we probably spring that up, which probably is going to be a little bit of a deeper pullback. That's going to depend which one of these scenarios we get on how the monthly or the quarterly candle closes and the next one opens. So we can only really what's the word? We can only really guess until we actually see what happens on the open. Quarterly is getting freshly back over the moving average, rejecting the bullish control zone, while volatility is approaching zero at 11%, getting already to extreme lows. While the jewel has confirmed its quarterly buy signal by giving us a closure on the light blue. Last time we had a quarterly buy signal from this area, we did several X's in price on Tesla. So just to say that the top 38.2% is a very huge understatement considering we went to the 100% last time around. Just one of the 38.2% would be like $500 in Tesla. Even going to the 50%, which we went way higher than that last time, would be $1,000 on Tesla. Pretty wild. From even $500 would be how much would it move up from here? It'd be like 47 to 50% up to hit $500 from here. And they do have Tesla on BTCC, so you can lever the fuck up on that.
What a plug.
Monthly is getting freshly back over the moving average as well, very close to getting into the bullish control zone, while volatility is now expanding from extreme lows. And the jewel is very close to an area where it should flip around, right at the edge of the bullish control zone. And if you look at the colored lines, the pink is now crossing above the yellow. So right around this area was where you should find support and flip back around into a buy signal. Lines up with the monthly right at the top 38.2%, the breakout area, and 339.38. We can't get a close over that area, likely going to zoom us to the 61.8% and this top meme line at about 415. I'd like a pretty perfect number of 420.69. That'd be wonderful. And then we can get a retest of this meme line and then continue upwards towards $500. 2-week is now also pointed up, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility resets. Jewel is now losing its sell signal. What we'd like to see is a close over 331, this 38.2%. Likely will close over there, get a nice little retest of it, and then spring up to the top 38.2%, right around $437, which would take us above this meme line. Weekly is now also flipped up into the bullish control zone with volatility supporting it, getting a little high up to the 88.3%. If we do continue to see a move up from here, maybe it hits about 365, but I would expect somewhat of a pullback from that area, maybe back down to somewhere around 345 to 330, and then I expect some busting action from there to the 400s. 5 days also pointing up with momentum and volatility. Same idea as the weekly, getting a little high. As long as you're holding below $355, you are more likely to come down and test 320. 2 days also, 2 days currently freshly shipping up while volatility freshly expands. If you can get over same area 355, then I would expect to move into somewhere around 300 and like first around 360 to 365. Very likely it still ends up getting a pullback around there because you are getting to very extreme areas and you are testing a major lower high. Then if you notice on the EMAs, you're getting a fresh, oops, I was already zoomed in, getting a fresh silver across the upside right here. The moving averages are just not now kissing. So if you do get a pullback from here, your target would be right around this 9 EMA, which is at that same $320 area. And I would be looking for the retest before the breakout as long as you're below 355. Daily is now flipped down on momentum as well, getting pretty close to the bearish control zone. Volatility is still contracting, although it's trying to flip up. Daily is still holding this 38.2%. So as long as it's holding the 38.2%, probably going to go up and test 350, and that's going to be a local bottom. It loses 38.2%. That's where you're going to go a little bit lower to test that 2-day silver cross at about 320. Yeah, right around 320. A little lower. 4 hours now freshly flipping up on momentum, while volatility is trying to flip back up. And we're currently holding the 38.2%. As long as we hold this 38.2%, probabilities are that the bottom is probably in, and we're on the 2-day silver cross, we're probably going to get some busting action that forces the 9 EMA up to touch the price action. So quarterly slides active hidden bullish divergence, just like Tesla, Bitcoin. It invalidates below 217, went below there but didn't confirm it. Let's zoom in on this. Weekly has many drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $270.78. Next target is the neutral zone, which is at about 355, and then the bullish control zone at 445. 5 days well, many drives of bullish divergence hidden, and they'll be active above 330, 337. Next target is the bullish control zone at about 488. Lines up beautifully with my bias. Momentum. Quarterly momentum, especially flipping to the upside, flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it will be flipped up above 185.40. And volatility is even lower than the point where it was at in 2019 when we did more than 1,000% up. Quarterly is freshly flipped up as well, rejecting the bearish control zone with volatility expansion from the same area that when we did 1,000%, and we are flipped up above 229.15. Monthly is down. Monthly is down with fresh volatility contraction, which is opium for bulls, and it's going to be pointing down below 427, and it's projected to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone on this next 1 or 2 opens. And at that point, the pivot likely does go down. 2 week is freshly flipped up. It's going to remain up above 268.50. 2 week. For a weekly is freshly flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up above 234. 5 days Wells pointed to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone, pointed up above 233. 2 days freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're above 336.50. Very close to that area. Daily is now freshly flipped to the downside, and it's going to remain down below 351.30. So maybe you do get that retest. And 4 hours now also freshly flipped to the downside, below 351.50 with a volatility setup, giving many periods of 0%. Likely you are going to get that retest of that 2-day silver cross, actually. So on the very, very high time frames, Tesla is extremely bullish. 6 month is freshly flipping to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence. Quarterly is also flipping to the upside. Both of them are giving you volatility setups that we had right before we got 1,000% move. 2 days giving you a fresh slip across the upside. All of the time frames have momentum flipped to the upside except for the daily. And the 2-day fresh silver cross likely gives you that daily pullback with the daily and 4 hour being flipped down. Probably retest somewhere around $320 to tap that 9 EMA on the 2-day, fill the silver cross. And then from there, you're probably going to go up to somewhere around that meme line, which I have around $415 to $420. Probably get some type of consolidation pullback there, even if we are bullish, which I do think we are, and then probably going to tap somewhere around $500, probably within the next year, maybe a year and a half.
Question.
Yeah.
So is it bullish right now to be a Nazi?
I think so. I think Nazism is good. I think Nazis is back on the menu, boys.
If I'm looking at this Nazi chart, it seems like Nazism continues to move higher.
It looks like a clear swastika with those candles.
It
if
does.
you don't see a swastika, you're a Nazi.
If you don't see it, you're a Nazi?
Yeah.
Okay. That actually makes more sense. Thank you, sir. All righty. So after Alex is doing the other one, the MPW, then we have Solana and Ethereum.
Solana.
Damn. Thank you.
Nice.
Choosing the good ones. Although Ethereum, interesting. Vitalik and his little purses. Okay, I'll do this one quick so we can get through as many as possible. Ahí les va. Ok, están viendo en el gráfico lo que mucha gente creería que es el gráfico de Tesla, pero este es el gráfico del nazismo, de ser nazi. Y como pueden ver, ser nazi es alcista, está creando mínimos más altos y altos más altos y continúa en esa tendencia. Impresionante, desde Hitler no veíamos algo así. Tesla, obviamente, por supuesto que sí. Vamos a la trimestral, vamos a empezar por ahí rapidísimo. Pero básicamente continuamos en esta postura alcista, haciendo mínimos más altos. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios, superando nuestra línea meme, que es una zona muy importante para poder tener expansión a los 414, a los $400, estando por encima de los 334. Aire libre, señores, aire libre. Nos falta 1 mes y 8 días para cerrar esta tabla. Así que esta vela, disculpen, no la tabla. Así que vamos a tener que esperar un poco. Volatilidad se está encontrando con el promedio. Vamos a ver cómo reacciona en la trimestral. Vámonos a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver que volatilidad empieza a caer, mientras que momentum está apuntando para arriba y estamos por encima de los $339 en este momento, encima de todos nuestros promedios importantes, y en el HPDR, damas y caballeros, estamos justamente en la parte alta de la zona azul después de agarrar la media, explotar a la alza. Mensualmente, en 7 días, nos encantaría a todos los que somos, no lo voy a decir así, a toda la gente nazi que apoya a Elon Musk, le encantaría que esto subiera de 3.39 en cierre mensual. De poder lograrlo, siguiente objetivo para mí son los 4.14, que tiene una perfecta vista justamente acá con mi línea meme en el 61.8%. Sería el siguiente objetivo de la tabla. Una vez por encima de eso, estamos hablando de 500 hasta los $1,000. Pero por ahora se empieza a ver bastante bien Tesla Arena. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas, damas y caballeros, 2 semanas. 2 semanas, estamos entrando en la zona azul. Nuestra media está justamente en donde está nuestra línea meme, en los 370. La media está en 374, lo que agrega confluencia a lo que estamos diciendo. Faltan solamente 3 horas y 17 y 13 minutos para poder cerrar. Con que aguantemos por encima de 330 el cierre de hoy, deberíamos de tener un viaje gratuito a esos 370 tan deseados por el tío Salo, por alguna razón, porque yo no invierto en compañías que tengan que ver con los nazis, por supuesto que no. Güey, qué horror, de verdad, Alejandro. ¿Cómo puedes apoyar esas cosas? Perdónenme a todo el mundo que está viendo esto, pero les tengo unas noticias.
8 de la mañana, Trump.
Ok, está. Quien haya llegado a este en vivo y que esté aquí por primera vez, tengo que pedirle perdón. Tienen que conocerme tristemente para esto y estoy seguro que como mi mujer no les gustaría hacer eso. Estamos justamente en la zona, en la parte alta del HPDR, en la semanal, lo que nos dice que consolidación es requerida. Nuestro 95% está justamente en nuestra línea meme, en los $414, lo que nos agrega aún más confluencia a poder aguantar estos cierres por encima de esta línea meme, y eso nos debería llevar 364, 369 y de ahí a los $400. Diaria. Hasta en la diaria, damas y caballeros, venimos, aguantamos en el promedio del 9, que fue justamente hoy ante el gran sell-off de los aranceles. ¡Ah! Los aranceles se van a llevar a todos, nos van a matar a todos. Y ahora con poder cerrar por encima de los 339, bueno, no, en realidad con poder cerrar por encima de los 337, deberíamos ir a esos 350. Rompiendo esos 350, 365 se abre, al igual que la línea meme en la parte alta de esta cosa. Bastante fácil de ver, damas y caballeros, se los voy a poner sin HPDR para que no haya duda alguna. Estamos consolidando y vamos a continuar a la alza. La pregunta es, aquí es donde vamos a encontrar la entrada para después continuar a los 370, seguir consolidando y después ir a los 400, seguir consolidando y continuar a la alza, o vamos a la zona de máxima oportunidad, que sería más o menos por acá. Esa zona estaría más o menos en los $308. Si te llevas los 300 para abajo, estamos equivocados y esto va a buscar un mínimo, niveles más bajos y probablemente hasta esta línea meme, o tal vez venga a hacer un nuevo mínimo en esta zona y nos vayamos para arriba de ahí. Pero por ahora lo que está apuntando Tesla es simplemente una consolidación. El promedio del 9 nos está aguantando y de nuevo, zona de máxima oportunidad para agregar sería esto, zona a no perder. Si somos alcistas es esta y si eres bajista, esto es lo que estás buscando. ¿Okay? Eso que parece un asterisco. Ahí se ve el asterisco de Vini cuando está caminando en la casa. Bueno, ahí lo tienen. Tesla, alcista, continúa. Quien lo fuera a ver, ni Adolf Hitler estaría listo para ver algo así. Vamos a continuar para adelante y tenemos MPW, MWP, MPW.
Yeah, MPW.
The fuck is that?
My PP
Oh,
withdrew.
Not the best looking chart, I will say. Yeah, so right
oh
now you're
wow.
just in the process of breaking down in this monthly. Where's the median at? Oh yeah, you lost the median. The nice part about this chart is in this monthly, you're gonna get an easy short. If you want to play the range, you know, $5 could give an easy short. I mean, as of now, that's where the median is. It's where the monthly 9 is, and that's where, you know, previous support was, as evident here on April. That's really the only setup I can see on this chart. It just looks like it wants to go down at minimum, test these lows here on $3.80. You know, this is a very big range that we're entering back into. When we fell back into this on October 2023, we caught resistance up, but we could never close back above $5, leading to a capitulation candle all the way down from basically $5 to the high to the low of 292. This solidified the range for me, and then we started to slowly move up, still catching resistance here, you know, within this range. And what you're noticing is, you know, anytime you think like you're about to break out, it just would slap down, deviate, and then slow bleed down. So that's why the last few months were a little different here, because you know you had the reclaim, you actually had 2 monthly closures above it, but then this monthly is just kind of canceling that all out, even taking out, you know, last month's low, signaling a breakdown. That's why this monthly close is just now going to be really key. Yes, the hopium is this easily gets bought up and goes back above 498, holding overall support. But you know, just with what we've seen with the median, the monthly 9, and overall this meme line support, it doesn't seem to me like this is going to get a bid. The daily here shows that as well. You see here we've just broken down from the SMA 200. So you know, if we start, breaking more down into the next month, you very easily could get a move up to like 490s, $5 flat. But again, it's just tie into why that would be a good short trigger. Because what you're noticing now is we're kind of in no man's land. This chart could easily do, you know, it could easily go down right up until the monthly like this. And then into June, you get a nice bound. And then that rejects, you know, and then you now put in the bearish retest. You really are only bullish, you know, on this if you start getting dailies back above like $5. Getting back above $5 would signal you're back above the SMA 200. The daily 9's reclaimed. You're back above support. Each time $5 gets reclaimed on support, you do see nice moves up. You know, at a minimum to $5.40. That still would be, you know, pretty nice move up. Around 8, almost 9%. So for me, you know, MPW is very simple. It's a very bad chart. It's not really healthy, and you know, it's just now in the process of breaking down. You know, you really had no like bull case for this, in my opinion, because even on this 9, you would have just had the measured move to the 21, and that's where price actually stopped exactly. It's really not until you're back above this 21 where then you can start talking about going all the way up to like 770. Reclaiming that can pop you all the way up above $12, maybe 11.50. But now what you're seeing is now that's even dwindling. You're not even holding support here. And into next month, this is probably going to give a mean reversion bounce that's probably going to reject us down. That'll just simply be a bearish retest on the macro. Yeah, terrible rejection of the 34, taking out that low. I mean, Bull's hopes and dreams here are basically gone after today's close. Even the 2-week here is now just pressing a breakdown. It literally in one candle went all the way up to 38.2%, and now it's all the way down to 38.2%. So I'm like, maybe into next week, next month, you do get that bounce to $5, but I would be looking at that as a short opportunity. And it's simple. This held support. You're now having all the major moving averages coming around there. A bounce to this point would be pretty big. So let's just say it does end up going down, testing around $4, getting a bounce. You'd be dealing with an over 10% move. Probably more than enough to get everyone bullish again on this chart. 10 days breaking down. And the 2-day here, which is going to get stopped right there at the SMA 200. So in summary, this chart's in the process of breaking down. There's actually no long trigger at all to be had here. The only semi-hopium you can get and formulate that is if this 2-day SMA 200 gets reclaimed, this probably will push, MPW to around that $5 level. $5, though, as shown, is very strong resistance. And we see that on the monthly, the 2-week, the weekly, and even here on the 2-day. You have the 2-day EMA 100 right around there. And you have a volatility setup. So again, it's just tying into that this is in the process of breaking down. There's really not anything telling me that this is going to bounce. You're kind of in the gray zone. And with volatility, at extreme lows, contracting, while also breaking down, losing the SMA 200, there's really nothing but air from here all the way to like 290s. Only opium is that this 2-day bounces, reclaims the SMA 200, there it makes its move up to like $5, and at that point I'd probably expect a rollover. That's just based on the 2-day EMA 100. You see here that all the major moving averages on the weekly are now going to basically contract in the next week, basically all touching each other right around $5. The 2-week as well is showing the same thing with the 9 and the 21. And what you're going to notice is the 9 is actually going to cross under the 21 into possibly this next 2-week candle, just showing again bearish momentum. And then here you have the monthly 9 in 7 days. This is going to close. You should expect some rally up to that monthly 9. We've seen that before here. Lost it, rallied up, rejected the monthly 9. Here you reclaimed it, you lost it, and then into this month you retested it, kind of actually lining up perfectly. You basically want, if you're a bear, you want this setup to take place. Major, green candle, you then lost it, and then into that next month, you retested it. The 9 and the mean line were perfectly lined up. That's probably what's going to happen into June, and then that should lead to the breakdown. So you're not shorting here. You're not longing here. You're just waiting. You're watching to see that 2-day. 2-day very easily could reject us down. If so, it's fine. But aggressive shorting doesn't make sense here. You're better off just waiting for the extremity short around that $5 region. Too many things are lining up with $5 should reject. At least first tap or give some reaction. You restart reclaiming $5. And then that's when everything can kind of change here. I'll get more bullish, but until then, it's hard to be bullish on a chart that kind of looks like this. So, yeah, that's all I really have. Actually, I mean, per the HBDR, these will shift, but you should get a move to like $4.17. So that very easily could happen before the monthly closes, and then you get that bounce to $5. In summary, it's really nothing telling me that this is going to bounce. Even on the lower time frames here, I mean, you're under the 4-hour EMA 9 now. I mean, so you bounce up to there, cool. But I mean, last time we hit that literally rejected us down 10%. So yeah, maybe it bounces up to there, 3% bounce, but it's literally now just brewing a move to like 290. So yeah, hopium is that you get the bearish retest, longs can scale out from here, then it rolls over, but very easily could just start dumping from here. Consolidation causes lower time frames to shift, and then the extremes are more around here. So yeah, MPW, really not a good looking chart. There's definitely a lot better ones. Even Celsius looked better than this one. A lot
That says
better.
a lot.
Yeah,
Fatties.
there's a lot better looking stuff than this one. I wouldn't even touch this. And if you do, get to $5, that to me is looking like a gift to shorts. $5 shorting with a stop at like 5.10 could easily work. So
I guess
This right here.
it's not unfitting to say my PP withdrew.
Yeah, I would say you're dead on the money. On top of the volatility expansion to the downside here, which on the daily. So fuck us all.
your
Let's
chart
make
lines
it-
up nicely with the monthly, actually, I think.
Let me see the monthly.
Because your meme line's right at the bottom of the 38.2%, which is the next target at $4.18.
And by the way, the range is pathetic because we're at the bottom of this wick. This is
Oh, it
terrible.
truly is pathetic.
Yeah.
Actually.
And yeah, on the monthly, the 9 is up here at 5. Basically, yeah, at the meme line.
Point being is like your next target on your meme line's 420. On the HBDR, the monthly is at 417. So it's like, yeah, I mean, this really could just dump to that. Then we get the monthly close. Then we get the mean reversion to like $5, maybe. And then we dump. The point being, though, is nothing's telling me that this is going to bounce quite yet. Really, nothing.
No.
And even on your chart, it shows that.
Yeah. 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 Interesting. I appreciate it. That was great. Easy to understand. Thank you. So that I can pretend to talk like I know what I'm talking about. So I appreciate that. Ok, estamos viendo MPW, aunque no lo crean. Ahí les va. Esta tabla horrenda. Pueden ver que mis rangos están en la parte de abajo de la tabla. Esto fue cuando salió, hizo su IPO en el 2005. Cayó hasta los 9.80 de los 10 y cacho. Está cotizando en 4.60. ¿Cuántos años después? Solamente 20 años después está cotizando a la mitad de... 20 years later, after its IPO, this shit is worth 50% of what the IPO was. It IPO'd right here at 1082.
I'm saying this is terrible.
20 years later, it's at less than half of that.
You could even argue the monthly is just massively bear flagging too. So just a bad chart. There's a lot of other things that are better.
So basically, if you bought this, your PP withdrew.
No doubt. By the way, silver crossed to the downside on the 3-month, right? Yeah. Interesting, because the 9 is right here. So any luck getting to 684, short to 0.
Actually, though, that's interesting because you've never had a silver cross in the quarterly ever to the downside.
Nope. This is the first one because it just started populating in 2019.
Yikes.
Yep. This happened exactly about a year and a half ago. And it's going. And it's never, ever since retested the 9. Not once. So that's your golden opportunity more than anything.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. That's like the extremity Glock 3000 gift to bear short.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be fucking sweet. All righty. Sorry, I just noticed those things. Estamos viendo un gráfico trimestral. Como les dije, el precio salió a cotizar hace 20 años. En $10 está menos de la mitad 20 años después. Tenemos un cruce plateado en la trimestral y cada vez que tenemos un cruce plateado, ¿qué decimos y qué hacemos? Simplemente cada que el precio toca el promedio del 9, que es la línea azul, hacemos un short. Pero adivinen qué, nunca lo ha retesteado. Nunca. La oportunidad de oro para cualquier persona va a ser cuando el precio llegue acá, que retesté el promedio de la 9. Ahorita está en los 6.44, pero retesteando el promedio de la 9 te debería dar un nuevo mínimo. Sería la movida de las movidas. Es la más fácil de todas de jugar. Les voy a poner el HPDR para que lo puedan ver. Estamos cayendo de la parte más alta de la zona azul. Como mantequilla nos llevamos a la media entre las patas y luego a la parte baja del 38%. Estamos parando el 50%. Siguiente objetivo debería ser el 61.8% en los $4. Simplemente porque es lo que más probabilidad tiene de dar en esta continuación a la baja. Vamos a la mensual rápido. Mensual estamos cayendo también en la mensual estamos por debajo de la media que está a 10 centavos más arriba y eso nos da un objetivo de 4.20, que es lo que sigue en el HPDR y en mis líneas memes. De ahí abajo, 3.88 debería ser el siguiente objetivo para esto en la mensual. Volatilidad no nos dice absolutamente nada. 2 semanas.
8 de la mañana.
2 semanas. Güey, 2 semanas tienes vela topera, tienes continuación. ¿Qué más quieres? Y continuación de la continuación. Siguiente objetivo, 4.30 o 4.20, como lo quieran ver así. Personalmente no creo que pare hasta los 3.95 mínimo o se podría llevar casi este mínimo en los 3.50. Interesante. Semanal. Semanal, volatilidad está expandiendo ante esta gran caída. Eso quiere decir que va a dar continuación esta expansión. No viene la parte más baja, pero sí en años y está expandiendo justamente ante este velazo rojo. Eso quiere decir que el 88.3% debería de seguir una vez que pierdas los 4.50 y ese número está una vez más 4.20. ¿Ok? Diaria, estás ya en el 88.3%, intentando rebotar al 78.6% con expansión de volatilidad ante esta gran caída. Y esto simplemente tiene cara de corrección. Una vez que pierdas los 4.50, tu siguiente objetivo en los 4.20 se va a dar. Yo creo que es bastante fácil para verlo y se los voy a poner algo más. Les voy a mandar un extra por acá. Simplemente aquellos analizando estas cosas, Dios. Si lo pongo en la semanal es más fácil, creo. Sí. Vean esto. A ver si me sale. Ahí está. Habías estado en esta tendencia alcista, ¿no? A corto plazo, rompes a la baja, vienes a retestearlo, haces un SFP y luego te rechaza. No nada más eso. En la diaria ya tienes un nuevo cruce plateado a la baja, justamente acá. Eso quiere decir cada que llegues al 9 es una oportunidad para hacerle corto y estamos cayendo. No nada más eso. Notarás que has hecho altos más bajos, con vela topera, confirmación instantáneamente, más y más caída. Después de hacer un alto más bajo y un bajo más bajo, haces un alto más bajo que sigue un bajo más bajo. Así que esperaríamos que esto continúe su trayectoria a la baja. Estamos equivocados siempre y cuando esto pueda cerrar por encima de los 5.20. Arriba de los 5.20 empezaríamos a buscar targets por aquí arriba y ahí pensaríamos arriba de los 6.32 que estamos completamente perdidos, 6.39 que estamos completamente perdidos. Por ahora no hay nada que nos diga eso y simplemente continúa básicamente la tendencia que continúa, que es bajista. Y lo siguiente que va a hacer es llevarse este mínimo. Una vez más. Pum, pum, rompes a la baja, SFP, y todos saben lo que es un SFP. Vienes a intentar retestearlo, simplemente haces un liquidity grab de esta zona y vámonos para abajo. Fuerte, 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 bajista de a madre. Yo lo vería, si quiero ser bastante agresivo, lo pondría en la mensual. Cualquier movimiento a 5.12 es donde le haría el corto de la vida a esta cosa. Y si me quiero poner aún más agresivo en la trimestral con el 9 en los 6.44, si llega el precio por esa zona o quédatele viendo a la 9 y lo llega a tocar, le haces el corto de la historia. Acá no veo cómo. Para ser alcistas tenemos que estar por encima de esto, de los 6.50. Ahí lo tienen. All righty. What was next, sir? Mr. Farhan, I forgot.
Solana.
Solanis, of course. But of course.
That's how you say fuck you in French. All right, so we'll start. We'll start with the monthly. So right now, monthly on Solana maintained that close over that blue 38.2%. Kind of got to move all the way down to the 61.8, basically to a T to that 61.8%, and got a strong bounce off of it. It was from a wick basis to closing basis, about 55% of a bounce. Pretty cool. And now we're on our current low of this candle, about 141. We've moved down to the bottom 38.2%, and we're getting another move to the upside off of the 38.2%. Once again, momentum is getting freshly over the moving average, but volatility is now in a contraction phase. If we continue to close over this 38.2%, I want to see a close over this high at about $180. At that point, volatility likely starts expanding, and we're going to get a move to the median. Right now, the median is sitting just under our current all-time highs at about $251. With momentum and volatility moving up, and if you get a closure over this median, about that 250, $251 level, probably gonna get a move within the next. So this is the monthly chart. Probably within the next year to the top 38.2%. This level is going to change, and it's probably going to change significantly. This time around, it was when it moved down. It was previously at about 670. Then it moved all the way to 545. So this probably moves down to somewhere around that $500 area, and that's if this does get a close over that 251 area on a monthly basis, likely does verify itself. And that's probably our macro top of that cycle for Solana. Pretty crazy that we started this journey at $8, and now we're looking at numbers of around $250 to $500. And and people say we haven't had an alt season yet. $8 to $300.
I don't understand how that's even possible, right? I don't
pretty
even know
wild.
where to put that. It's wild as fuck.
$8 to $300 with no leverage. Just time. 2 week is now pointed up as well on momentum. While volatility is now at extreme lows, the jewel has lost the sell signal. We are back into the 38.2%. We're likely going to get a move into the top 38.2% as long as you continue to close over this week candle's high. And that level is sitting at about like $315, basically slightly new all-time highs. Weekly is also flipping up into the bullish control zone. While volatility is expanding to support it, jewel's giving you a buy signal. Weekly is came very close to undoing this little cross, and then got a nice girthy green total above the 21, undoing that, and 20. They're once again continuing to the upside on the EMAs while you're holding the silver cross as nice support. Getting over the 61.8%, which lines up with this previous major lower high before this dump. If you close over that, likely going to take you up to your right around your previous closing highs on right around $263. This level is going to be significant resistance because this is where you made your closing all-time highs. If you can close over the 78.6%, you don't necessarily have to close over all-time highs, just over the 78.6%. This likely will take you to new all-time highs. 5 days still it's below the moving average, but it hasn't gotten the close yet to confirm it. You got 2 days and 7 hours left to go. If you close over this not only 38.2%, but I want to see it close over this wick high to be safe at about 184.88, likely will flip back to the upside and continue into the bullish control zone with volatility support. And we're very close to getting a first silver cross to the upside to one, maybe two maximum candle closures, and this will give you a silver cross. And that likely pumps us up somewhere around these closing highs at around like 250 to 260. Let's go up a little bit. Go to Sol BTC. Sol BTC starting to look bottomed as well. Nice move down to the 55 EMA on its first ever touch of the 55. While momentum is now starting to freshly flip back up on the monthly, getting over the moving average, getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is just about to start contracting. If we can get a close over this 5 EMA and this 38.2%, that many zeros 0.178 likely are going to get a nice move up. And that would be even into this cluster of EMAs, it's like 6% up, which is like equates to probably 18-ish percent to 20% on Solana USD, because this is the Bitcoin pairing. And then if you were to take it to the median, that's like 50% up. Let's go to the 2-week. 2-week is also flipping up on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is still resetting, and the jewel is now losing the sell signal, getting right back into that 38.2%. If you can close over the 38.2%, preferably this 100, you should see a move into this top 38.2% and prevent that silver cross from happening to the downside. That is many zeros 0.25 area. Weekly is also looking pretty nice. Momentum is about to break into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion. You got a nice open over the 38.2%, and you got a back test of it. As of now, it is holding. And if you close over the 38 too, you should get a nice move into these 0.199s or 0.20s into this breakdown zone. And if you can hold over this 200 SMA, that will be a deviation of the 200, should get a nice move up. Five days currently flipped down on momentum with volatility resetting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low, which as moment you are putting in a higher low. If you can close over this 200, which lines up with the median, higher low is going to be confirmed for me, and then I would expect to move into somewhere around this breakdown zone. Today as well is currently flipped to the downside on momentum and volatility. We are at the moment a little bit below that median in 55. We can close above there. Likely we'll confirm that bottom, and we're probably going to get a nice little pump ski until daily is lining up with the idea that the bottom is in. Momentum is now flipped up, very close to the bullish control zone. Volatility is close to expansion, while the jewel has lost the sell signal in the bearish control zone. Want to see a close over this 38.2% to confirm it, and that likely gets us some nice busting action to this 200. That would be how much of a move up from the 100? It's about 15% up on Sol BTC. Switch to the Tether pair. Today is now getting over the median on the Tether pairing, while momentum is flipped down and volatility is almost fully reset. If we close over this median, volatility is likely going to start expanding while momentum flips back up and probably going to hit somewhere around $200. Daily is also flipping up on momentum, getting close to the bullish control zone while volatility is expanding, and the daily has now flipped into a buy signal. We want to see a close over this 38.2% and this 200 SMA, and I'm probably going to see some nice busting action to $200. For it's very close flipping momentum back to the upside and over the moving average. Momentum went below all of these lows while price put in a higher low, giving you a possible 4-hour hidden bullish divergence. And if we can close over about $184, that will confirm, likely sending you up to $200. Monthly made closing lower low, so it's not possible. Put in hidden bullish divergence. That's interesting. Monthly has a possible head and shoulders. So you get your head, get your shoulder, and anywhere in this area is just got a possible shoulder. Food for thought. Nothing on that. No. There is possible hidden bearish divergence on the 5-day. It's on the weekly. Technically on the weekly as well, there's possible hidden bearish divergence. If you close below about what level is $164 on the weekly, or on the 5-day about $159.44, that will confirm. And then you're going to get a minimum target of hitting about 149, like let's say 150. Then your next target is going to be hitting $100. My bias currently is that that does not confirm, but it is possible. It's always sitting back there. See, 3-day has it as well. If you close below $159.44, 3-day will confirm it. Your target is probably going to be first on this bullish control zone at 154, lines up at that 150 area. The next level is the neutral zone, which is at about 132, and the bearish control zone at 95 lines up at $100. 2-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence as long as you're above 159.44, which would give you that hidden bearish divergence. And your next target is into the critical zone, which is currently at about $220, slightly above $200. The simple moving average actually is before, which is at 199. Pretty beautiful, $200. Daily also has hidden bullish divergence with volatility just about to expand. And it's going to be active as long as you're above 159.44. The next move is into some moving average at about $203. 4 hour, nothing. Switch to momentum. Quarterly is flipped down currently on Solana, and it will flip up if you can close over $194.50 in about a month and 8 days, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land, especially on shitcoins. And kind of looks like a beautiful United States pattern right here on Solana on the quarterly. And that would be very nice if that were to play out. Monthly is currently flipped to the downside. OPM, let's zoom in. OPM is the volatility is currently contracting with momentum to the downside, and it will be flipped down below 244.07. Projection is on this next open, it'll be right at the edge of the bearish control zone. In that area, the momentum should flip down. Go to the 2 week. I mean, not momentum, pivot should flip down. 2 week is getting momentum freshly to the upside. Volatility is about to start contracting. If we can get a close over these wick highs of 220, then volatility likely expands as well. Right now, it's momentum is flipped up as long as you're above $128. Weekly is also flipped to the upside. Volatility is contracting, but if you can get a close over about 220, you're going to get volatility expansion, and you'll be flipped up above 114. Let's go back to the quarterly. Go to BTC. Quarterly is currently flipped down. You can't really give you any pivots because of all of these zeros. So I hate these decimal points. All I can really tell you is if it's flipped up or down. 2 week is currently flipped up. Weekly is currently flipped up. 5 days is currently flipped up with volatility expansion. 2 days flipped down. Daily is about to freshly flip back up. And 4 hours flipped up. I wish there was a way to go into the settings and remove all the decimal points.
Yeah.
Five day, which is giving us that fresh silver cross about to confirm. Momentum flipped up with volatility expansion from about 9%, and it will be up above 149.50. 2 days giving volatility expansion currently, and it's flipped up freshly. It's going to flip up freshly above $181 in about a day and 7 hours. Daily is about to give volatility setup as well. Let's start expanding below that 15%. It's going to flip up on, it is currently flipped up on momentum, and it will be up above $179. 4 hours currently getting volatility contraction with momentum to the downside, and it will flip up in 2.5 hours if you can close above 185.30, which we are very close to. And 2 hours also going to flip up if we can close over 183.65. We get to very, very degenerate time frames over here. Going to the hourly. Hourly is now flipped up pretty nicely to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone as long as you're above 176, making it a lot more likely that that 4 hours is going to flip up, which will go into the daily, keep the daily flipped up. Now let's go back to the quarterly on Solana is actually looking quite bullish now that we've reclaimed all of our major EMAs, the 5 and the 9 especially. We're getting quarterly volatility expansion. Kind of does look like we are going to flip this quarterly momentum to the upside. If you look at the monthly, it's really our only major high time frame that's going to be flipped to the downside. But I do think this pivot is going to go down on this next open in 8 days and 7 hours because we are approaching the edge of the bearish control zone. And we're starting to reclaim our the 9 and the 5 EMA, which on the short, faster moving averages on the higher time frames just tell you that the trend is flipping back to the upside. In 2 weeks, and everything below there are starting to flip to the upside of momentum. Volatility is currently contracting, but if we close over 220, you likely will expand on volatility. You do have RSI targets of hitting somewhere around $200, which right now, based on the low and the medium time frames, it does look like before any type of real pullback, you probably will tap somewhere around $200. If you can get a daily close over 220, that's where you're likely going to go to your all-time highs. Probably going to go there pretty quickly. But until then, $200 to $220 is resistance. I do expect some type of pullback and reaction in the area. Some scary information is anywhere below $220. You still have the possibility of putting in a monthly head and shoulders, which is going to be a pretty massive move to the downside. Although it's one of those head and shoulders in the macro that I'm pretty sure a lot of people are seeing. Very likely it does end up being a trap, but it always is going to be looming there in the background. With momentum starting to flip up on the hourly, it is likely the 4-hour will flip up and the daily will remain up, pushing that move into somewhere around 200 to 220. And then we'll have to gauge the reaction there to see if we're going to keep going up or if we're going to reject in that area.
Yes, sir. We are. Anything else you'd like to add, look at, say before we go? Because you guys are free to go.
No, that was a good stream.
No, better finish packing up and fuck off to Mexico City.
Oh, very nice. Lots of good
Nice.
food out there.
Then I'm going to go to Querétaro.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Love that
Querétaro is
place.
nice. I
Yeah.
like it. Well, you boys
good
have
stream,
fun.
boys.
Enjoy your Friday. Keep us posted, please, with all the Bitcoin moves. Let us know how to make money, please. Please.
Definitely.
At least
Have
me.
a good day, boys.
Fuck everybody else. Just call me.
Yeah, let's call me after.
I'll call you guys at 2:30 a.m. I got you. Don't worry.
I'll be awake. I'll see you there. Thank you.
All right, boys. Have a good day.
Enjoy. You too.
Hasta luego and buenas tardes, muchachos.
Hasta la vista, son. Vale, estamos viendo Solamis. Vean los Solamis, potente recuperación que han tenido desde el máximo histórico que habían hecho el 2021. Pueden ver acá algo divino, ¿no? Y esto es zona de breakout, damas y caballeros. La última vez que pasamos esto de aquí para acá con esta línea meme en la mensual, tuvimos este gran SFP que nos llevó a altos históricos y después este regresón por acá. Pero las buenas noticias es que en este momento habíamos tenido este rechazo y esta vela mensual, semanal está a punto de cerrar en 2 días y 7 horas con un cierre por acá y luego otro por acá. Me atrevería a decir que los 200 es el siguiente objetivo. Esto tiene cara y está preparado para empezar a brincar como loca. En la cama. Vamos a empezar con la mensual porque Solamis no tiene tanta información en la trimestral como lo tiene en esta temporalidad. Vamos a ver si puede aguantar esto. Faltan 8 días, 7 minutos para cerrar este gráfico trimestral, mensual que nos entusiasma a aquellos alcistas. En Solana estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, encima de nuestro promedio del 5. Nos apoyamos en el 21 para reventar a la alza, aunque en el bajón el 34 fue lo que funcionó como soporte. Nada mal. Nada mal. Y ahora estamos cotizando en $181. Esperemos poder buscar mínimo los 200, es lo que seguiría. Recuerden, cada que tenemos un rango importante que nos rechaza, y lo han visto acá, lo han visto acá, y que una vez que lo rompemos nos lleva a altos históricos que han visto en esta zona, y lo mismo acá, una vez que lo logramos tomar, ¿qué pasó? Llegamos mínimo a los 200, una vez que pudimos retomarlo por acá, mínimo a los máximo histórico. Entonces, ya estamos en este rango está entre los $173 y un segundo, los $237 para que lo tengan en mente. Así que tiene camino para empujar. Nos gustaría poder aguantar por ahí de los 163, pero la realidad de esto es más sencilla todavía. Todas las temporalidades se ven altas. Podemos ver que nuestra media también coincide con nuestra línea meme por acá y es lo que nos debería de aguantar. De no aguantar, yo creo que la mejor oportunidad de entrada va a estar por ahí de los 164, 165, que es justamente esta zona donde está el promedio del 9 mensual y también el del 5. Volatilidad está en un segundo. Si no estoy equivocado, esta es la parte más baja de la tabla en cuanto a volatilidad se refiere. Sí, Volatilidad acá está en la parte más baja de toda la historia, por lo que el movimiento que nos vaya a dar una vez que pasemos el promedio va a ser agresivo de a madre, así que pendientes a ello. Eso nos podría llevar tranquilamente justamente a los $300, a la parte alta de la zona azul. ¡Wow! Buen movimiento se avecina para Solana. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas donde estamos. Justo nos está rechazando el promedio, la media de la zona azul. De poder romper los 185 a la alza, eso nos debería de dar ese empuje a los 200 y de ahí todavía mucho más para arriba. Pero vamos paso a paso. 184, un nivel muy importante para nosotros. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no tenemos nada por acá. Semanal, estamos ya muy por encima de la zona azul, lo que nos dice que necesitamos un poco de consolidación y justamente un retesteo de tal vez esta zona entre los 157 hasta los 165. Siempre y cuando aguante eso y no pierdas jamás los 157, deberías de dar continuación. Simplemente hiciste un nuevo máximo, un mínimo más alto y luego vámonos. Local, obviamente, no estamos hablando de nada más. 5 días tenemos nuestro setup de volatilidad que nos ha llevado en este empujón a la alza. Continúa expandiendo la volatilidad. Lo pueden ver por acá. Venimos del 15%, cruzamos el promedio por acá y esto continúa. Ante esta expansión de volatilidad, pum, la han visto por acá, es velazo verde. Siguiente objetivo debería de ser con aguantar acá dos días y 7 horas por encima de 177 una vez más. Debería darnos un impulso a los $200, básicamente. Y de ahí, pues, historia se puede repetir. Estamos, si no me equivoco, a punto de tener un cruce plateado en 2-3 sesiones más. Se va a dar a la alza y eso quiere decir que el promedio del 9 va a ser la máxima oportunidad de entrada. En este momento el promedio del 9 está en los 160. En la de 5 días probablemente vaya a llegar aquí a los 165, que coincide y da confluencia al análisis del que nos había dicho Farhan. Ahora, diaria, estamos ante el SMA 200, nos ha rechazado, lo hemos SFPado y nos gustaría poder romperlo y estamos pintando un doji en la diaria al mismo tiempo que estamos creando un setup de volatilidad perfecto donde la volatilidad está por debajo del 15%, empezando a impulsar por encima de ello, va a buscarlo y acá tienes el promedio también. Una vez que haga esto, si está apuntando para arriba, tu objetivo mínimo son estos $200 y además la recuperada del SMA 200 va a ser significante. ¿Por qué? Cada vez que has recuperado el SMA 200 tienes movimientos a altos históricos básicamente después de hacerlo y esto podría ser el caso una vez más. Voy a simplificarles toda la vida, damas y caballeros, en esto. Gráfico diario de Solamis. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Poder cerrar arriba del SMA 200. Si podemos consolidar por acá y mínimo empezar a hacerlo sin perder los 176, esta va a ser zona importante para poder agregar o entrar en long. Otra serían los 165. Y los 165 también te dejan una entrada fácil porque tienes acá una invalidación en los 159 con este wick. Cualquier cosa debajo de esto estamos equivocados y vamos a ir a buscar objetivos más bajos. Podría ser por acá en los 137 y seguiríamos formando estructura alcista porque está haciendo un mínimo más alto, pero no me gustaría ver estos mínimos ser barridos en los 141. Personalmente yo creo y me quedaría con la tesis de que esto va a quedarse máximo hasta acá en los 156 y eso nos va a llevar o a máximos históricos o cerca, mínimo a los $200 es lo que sigue y pongan un ojo, bastante sencillo de entender. He estado rascando tanto esa madre que ya me salió sangre, así que felicidades para mí. Gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos en este casino del tío Salo, de verdad se les aprecia muchísimo. Con Alex, con Farhan, se van ahora los tíos a disfrutar. Ustedes vayan y disfruten su viernes, pero no antes de regresar en un rato para el Nadie Me Preguntó, donde vamos a platicar de todo lo que está pasando y lo que podría estar. Les quiero poner un escenario enfrente, divertido, ¿ok? Con eso dicho, lo hubiera acabado antes de hacer eso. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho, feliz viernes y gracias a todos por estar aquí con nosotros unas horas a la semana en lo que estamos analizando precios. Pórtense bien y espero que les